Yo, 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 yo. Let's do this. I love Brian Pound's tone. Hang on while I crank out. $56. That's not too bad. Another update? Why are we updating again? Get this Joker in here. Okay. Added. Check out. Probably already downloaded this. So, no one's watching, but I'm just gonna talk to myself for right now. No one's watching, but I'm just gonna talk to myself for right now. I figured out how to do this a while ago where here we go again. Wrong profile. Bro, I'm so sick of this thing doing this. Get out of my face. Which one is this? Yeah, that's mine too. Okay, cool. Get out of here. I'll just do it like that. Okay. View order. Bro, post the link already, dog. Post it. Download. And put it in my Dropbox. I think I just typed my password wrong. Password for Dropbox. Yes. I'm so sick of codes. I don't want to put in a code. 58619. I did type it wrong. Ooh, did I change my password to Dropbox? I did, apparently. Could not communicate. Whatever. I downloaded it. It's fine. Okay. Am I recording? Start recording, dog. Let's record this junk. Whatever. Get out of the frame. Okay, so I'm actually not even set up to start DaVinci right now. Let's get this figured out. All right, this is online. Let's go. Had to wake old girl up. All right, when God shows up, copy timeline. Drop this junk over here. Why don't I have all the timelines in here yet? I suppose I don't need to have that. I think what I've been doing is this. It's funny. All right, let me see live. Let's open this beast. Okay, so I saw one out, done with, gone. File, import. Let's get this cracking. Timeline. When God shows up. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Oh, shooty. It's exporting in new versions. Am I going to play Fortnite? Get out of my face, bro. You're so dumb. No, but I am going to have to re-export this timeline because I updated Final Cut and now my timelines are exporting in the newer version and I need to go back. Yeah, that's going to be cool. Are we ejected? All right, safe. So I'm popping over to my laptop actually right now real quick. I'm also like not prepared to actually do this right now because people really liked the stills that I posted from this one. Like I got a couple comments saying it looked really clean. But those were just regular stills. Like they were just converted to a Rec 709 like ARRI look. And then I put a preset on them in Lightroom just to clean them up a little bit for my phone. So it's not even like really my grade. But if people liked it, we can make it happen. That's what we're going to try to do here. But I need to open this timeline. Come here. Come here, little buddy. God shows up. Cool. Export XML now. Ah, yeah. They haven't released any kind of update for DaVinci for 1.11 XML files, which is nerdy stuff that none of you care about, but it matters to me because it's kind of whether I can do my job or not. Let's get this joker out of here. All right, cool. I've got a better version now. That works. Off to a really quick start tonight. We done? Come on. This laptop, man. I need to get the M2. What are we waiting on here, man? Come on. Spinning wheel of death, just chilling. What are we doing here, dog? Let's get see if we can get some force quit going in here. Yep, Final Cut's not responding. Force quit. This is really exciting content, I know. Having a great time. All right, cool. Eject. Let's do this. Okay. And if I could plug my Stream Deck back in, I could change my scene, but I can't right now. Just give me a moment. Can get my screen up on the screen for you. All right. Is it just me, or is the music like a little loud? Let's get this mixed a little better. All right. Import. Come on, come on. We got a winner this time. Okay, I think it's this one. Automatically set project settings. No, and don't import source clips. Don't import sizing information. Let me do all that. Are we cooking? I think we're cooking. Oh, sweet. More of this. Some, like, this Joker's not wanting to connect the clips, and I have to, like, keep replacing them every time. It's really annoying. All right, so we're going to learn some, project management tonight, apparently. This was not on the docket. I should have done all this before. I'm sorry. Aw, only one watching again. Sad. Okay. Tripod left, front right. As usual. We love it. Love to see this. Open in timeline. Let's get it cracking. Let's get the Stream Deck on. All right. Okay. Now we're cooking. So we got problems with front right. Go figure. Mid L, keys, mid R, random, stage right, choir, chorale, choir again, follow B, front R sync. There's our problem. Who else we got in here? I don't know how to view that. This is so new to me. All right. So we got to go find the old one. Just another one that I've built in here that is correct. That one must be good. Where's front right sync? That one doesn't work. Cool. Front right sync. All right, that one looks good. Ah, I can turn it off for you, but I got to do it manually for me. Boo. Okay. Shut up, Mark. Can you imagine? All right, let's get in here. So now I got to find like the exact frame that old Mylan does his little clappy boy on. It's what I've found to be like the best marker to track the starting point of all this. Joshua Carson. Okay, here we go. They're walking up. This is what I want. Oh, I'm not even seeing. Oh, this just started. I'm seeing the one below it because this is where he starts. Okay. So now we're going into the clap and that first one right there. Mark. Now, turn it off. No, turn it off. Now I want to look at this one. Yeah, because it needs to move forward, obviously. Okay, so it's off by literally one frame. All right, we're good. Front left needs zoomed in. So now I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna do my who's what's these. So not all of these. Scooch in here a little bit. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, so gotta get our. All right, lead guitar. Lead guitar was shot in DCI, so that one needs zoomed in a little bit, just to get it to fit, and then I can make any other adjustments left or right if I want to later. Bass was shot regular. Follow A was also DCI. This just gives me a little more latitude if I want to move left or right. Adds a little bit of data, but we're okay. We're here for it. And then this one was shot like 4.5 or something. There we go. Oh, nope. There we go. Front right, good. Follow B was not DCI. Okay. Corral. Good. Good, 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 good. Ah, there we go. Center should be fine. I don't know why tripod left is being a butt. All right, let's get tripod left fixed. Let's bring the Spotify back. Tripod left. Okay. So I'm going to look for... I'm just looking for my marker with the little clap from the last one that I know is aligned correctly. And then I'm going to go into tripod left, which is not on yet. No, it's not what I meant. Man, I got to redo this. Okay. All right, let's get a look at this here. I think this one was actually like perfectly aligned. Hold on here. All right, all right, all right, all right. There's my marker. Let's get lined back up. Hold on, did you move? Yep, don't you... No, sit on the marker, man. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I wish you would just render. That'd be dope. No one... Okay. It's only like a few frames. Okay, cool. We're good. All right, so the session is fixed. Got no more issues. I'm going to sit Indian style, I think, here. Never fail. Yeah, I guess I should have just been ready to actually just start coloring, because people keep leaving, man. Got everything going on here. Carlman, looks like you're gone already, but I appreciate you, man. Hmm. Hmm. All right, everything's looking good. Yo, why don't I have my timeline like usual? That's interesting. Oh, man, thanks for hanging out, Carlin. I might go grab an energy drink here in a minute. So, I don't know what all you know. I don't play guitar. I play bass. I want to learn guitar for my church, but I don't know a ton about it. I played so at IBC, you have to play like a bunch of different things for your recital, and like you can pick and choose, and I wanted to learn guitar. So I learned like one worship song that was fairly easy but still sounded like really shreddy if you use the right if you use the right pedals and like settings and all that good stuff. Um, so I did that and it was fun. I want to do that more here because we've got people, but I don't really need to do it right now. I'm gonna switch scenes here. So I'm gonna try something because people really, I say people, like a couple guys that do video told me that they really liked the look of those stills that I posted on my story. And those actually weren't color graded. Those were, so I'll show you here real quick. Let's go back. So I'll just get myself out of here. Okay, so we're here working in DaVinci, yada, 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 right? Like this is really log looking and stuff. I have very slowly throughout this project built out all of the different node trees that I want. So if I just hit apply grade here, boom, I've got like a bunch of my stuff already done and ready to go. Now, these are looks and stuff, and that's probably more accurate. This is what I do here to adjust what it's going to look like on my phone, and that's actually something I want to try here in a minute if I could like take the time to do that. So DaVinci, this is crazy. Like this is killer in my opinion. So like DaVinci made, I'm going to look it up, like a cloud app. Get notified when apps are available. That's weird. Dude, Apple's doing weird stuff. And all this stuff with Threads is crazy too. I should post this on Threads. That's what I should do. Let's see. What was I doing? DaVinci. Okay, so DaVinci Resolve. Where is it? Remote Editor, I believe, is the app. So I'm going to download Remote Editor. And I think what it's supposed to do is you can open a cloud session on your device and just like watch your grade on your phone. So I'm going to like plug my phone in and just charge it off of something. I don't know. I think I can charge it off my laptop here. I've got so many things plugged into so many other things on this desk, dude. I'm so proud of this setup I've got. And I'm very thankful for my pastor. Josh Riddies. I'm trying a couple things tonight. I'm going to try this DaVinci Remote Editor, and I actually want to try, I think it was the Cinema Road Trip pack that I was doing. Software is up. I require to. No, just leave my phone alone. Doing video tutorial type content. I plan on doing all kinds of LOL. Thanks for stopping by, Josh. Yeah, so I'm working on like a separate entity as far as Instagram goes where I'll kind of be transitioning into being that kind of guy. It's kind of weird to me. Like it's still kind of hard to picture myself as like oh wow, hold on. I'm probably super quiet to you. I'm sorry. That's probably way better. Okay, so let me know if I just got like way too loud or not. In OBS, it looks like I'm good. So I'm watching my levels just to make sure I'm not blowing your ears out. Where was that download? So I downloaded this thing that I want to try, and it's called a Iltibap LUT generator. LOL. Okay. LUT generator Mac. Okay, cool. So I've used this before. I think I have to like right click and open it. Okay, generator HAL. Cool. Let's go to pictures, open, successfully saved. Okay, so basically what this does, let me switch over here. You probably won't be able to see this super well, But basically what I'm about to do is I'm going to bring this color grid and profile it. So add photos from photos neutral 512. So this is like all the shades and like forms of the colors within your general like LUT that get affected. And so what this thing does is it's going to read the colors. I'm going to take it like this is the standard color profile, and I'm going to go into the oh gosh. Let me guess. I didn't do this correctly, did I? Okay, I know what I need to do. I'm going to add these over to my I've got like a Teams account set between me and my church's account so that I can always be able to edit photos like from church and stuff. Keywords, blah, blah, blah. Man, I love Draylen. He's such an awesome guy. Listening to his music makes me happy. So those are gonna sync now, hopefully very quickly. And let me get back over here so I can see the chat. Sounds good? Cool. I spent a little time messing with it. So if you can see fairly well on here, I'm going to look for, these are all pictures like shared between the two. Let me see Lightroom again, I guess. I'm trying to basically make the LUT. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. So I'm going to try to make a LUT and basically change my edit for this specific video to what I showed people on my story, because there were some guys that I respect their opinion that were like, yo, this looks clean. And I was like, that is not at all what I have actually done yet. So, did it not import? Where'd it go? There we go. All right, paste the edit. So now it looks way different on here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, oh gosh, how do I do it? I'm going to export the JPEG full size to the desktop just to make it easier for myself. And then what this should do is convert it to a cube. I'm going to go to my desktop, and I'm going to go, where is it? Yeah, I'm going to open this. Work in progress. And what that's doing, okay, completed successfully. So basically what just happened was I exported a color profile, I applied an edit to it, and then I re-exported it and brought it back into the generator, and it read the differences between the original and the new one, and now it's turned that into a LUT for me. And I'm going to try to use that LUT to... where is it though? Where'd it go? Looking for the file. I'm looking for a cube. Oh, neutral 512 cube. Okay, cool. So now we go into DaVinci, and I'm going to go to my LUTs, and I'm going to say reveal in Finder. Hello. Reveal in Finder. I'm not seeing it. Come on, man, get with the program. Okay, maybe if I do one of these folders, reveal in Finder. There we go. Okay, cool. And then we'll just go to columns and go one step back, I guess. Really? This is where they all are? This doesn't look right. Got Canon LUTs, Cinema Gamut. And there's like all these like zip folders and stuff. Are we sure this is correct? Reveal in Finder. There we go, LUT. Okay. So then now we'll just open another page, desktop, neutral 512 cube, drop it in LUT. Will it show up immediately? Let's find out. I'm not seeing it. Okay, so we're going to save this. Just going to save. Hello. Save project. Okay, cool. We're going to close, reopen, do that whole deal. I want to see if this looks good or not, because it just might look awesome. Give me like 30 seconds to run down. You have Final Cut, so tutorials would be great. If you have it also. So okay, I'm peeking on here. Hold on. Yo yo yo. Bah! Okay. Sorry, I'm scared to pop the thing. So I worked in Final Cut, and I do work in Final Cut a lot. I don't do Final Cut for projects like this where I want to get a lot more intricate with my like structure and how I'm doing all of this. And I'll show you as I dig in here, because I'm about to do, if this works and this looks cool, then I'm going to move forward and I'm just going to dig right into it. With my, let's get into timeline. Okay, so let's turn these off. Okay, so this is like what everyone was looking at before, and then I'm going to add a serial node. Cool. So this is just like another LUT node to, do some sauce and whatever. I'm looking for the neutral 512. There it is, neutral 512. That does not look anywhere near as good. Oh, I hate it. Why does it look like that? That does not look as good at all. That's what I was afraid of. Neutral 512. Yeah, this looks like trash, dude. It looks so bad. I was afraid of this. Cheeks, man. Okay. Okay, so first thing I do. The first thing I do is I go and I get a drink because I really want something tasty. So give me like 30 seconds to run downstairs to the fridge. Let's get cooking. So, one of the things, let's get all situated in here again. Switch scenes. Let's go. Cool. So, first thing I do is I look at this. This is the light box. This is basically just like one still from the beginning of every single shot in the video, like every single clip. So what I do first is I go through and I just grab everything that I know is one of the same angle. So basically I'm going to go through the easiest ones to grab. If you notice like this one here, that actually looks super sick. This one right here has these black bars on the side. That's because of the aspect ratio it was shot in. My buddy Braxton shot on a Fuji camera, but he externally recorded it with a Blackmagic display or something like that. Basically, you can record in, like back in to that monitor in Blackmagic like B-RAW. So I was able to go back and like change the gamma profile after the fact and make it just like everything else, even though it was shot on a Fuji, it's the same codec. So I'm not working with like one, outlier, one like random thing that doesn't work as good. I'm still trying to figure out why I kind of hate what the 2823 does, but we'll talk about that in a minute. I'm looking for black bars on the side of any of them. and you're going to notice something kind of cool. That's all I see for right now. Okay, so like watch these ones with the black bars on the side. I'm going to right click groups and I'm going to throw them in the vintage lens group. As soon as I throw them in the vintage lens group, they all change. Now, that's killer to me because what's happening is like my sauce for finally starting to get stuff done a lot faster on this project because there's like so many timelines, so many blah, 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 blah. When I'm working in this project in DaVinci and I create groups for each of the different angles, like I name them like middle left, middle right, yada yada. When I make those groups, that allows me special editing privileges in the program because you can do edits pre-group and post-group. So everything in that group before you get into the individual clip edits, and then everything after you do the individual clip edits still can apply to that entire group. So I'm doing some stuff, and I'm going to show you here in a little bit. But first I'm going to go through, and I'm going to do my smart filter, no group, go back into the lightbox. Oh, just found another one. So assign to group. Cool. Let's get that one out of the way. And what I'm doing is I'm filtering these out. So only the ones that don't have a group yet are the ones that are going to show up. So now I'm going to go through and look for all these shots that look like they were the same guy. I did a lot of cutting this time around too. So this is going to be like intense. But after a while, you kind of get a feel for like who's what. Kind of like the angle that they're shooting at or the focal length. You just know like, oh yeah, I know that is. That's front right. Yada yada. That's probably front right, front right, front right. Wow, we're so far behind on the stream. Unless I'm just watching something like I'm monitoring it here. That's so far behind. That's crazy. I just like I'm watching me and I just walked back into frame. That's crazy. Okay, so let's get more front right. Front right, front right. And this part like takes a little bit of time, but it ends up paying great dividends on the back end of it because now everything's going to be grouped and I'm going to be able to paint with a much larger brush at first because obviously like these exposure values are not what I'm trying to end up with. And as I group them, you can even see some of the stuff change. I'm still not super happy with it. But the stuff that I did to the last thing tends to carry over to the current thing that I'm doing. And so what I'm going to do is go through and kind of reset some of that. And then I'll be able to make those adjustments that I need as far as like, oh yeah, the highlights. You'll see me pull highlights down quite often just to like smooth out that top end and get everything kind of back into that mid-range. What do I recommend for storage? So for projects that are this big, I'm actually using like a 14 terabyte hard drive, and I just get the easy stores because anything like solid state that's that big is going to cost you so much money, and it just doesn't make sense for the budget for the project to add a hard drive that's that expensive when my workflow is more so storing everything on a slow drive and then proxying that out, putting that all onto like a much smaller drive. I think I'm editing off of a 1 terabyte hard drive, but that's because I'm proxying all of the like huge 800, 900 gigabyte files down to much smaller sizes and then bringing them into Final Cut and letting Final Cut make its own proxies of that. And then I just edit through proxy on a, what is it? It ends up being like a 400 to 500 gigabyte library. And then when I export the timeline data, I just relink that in here. So now I'm editing from the huge files, but I'm just coloring. I don't have to like play back the whole project and like draw that much information out at one time consistently. I'm just kind of going through and like looking for consistency between the shots at this point. So I can just kind of like tap through and be like, oh yeah, this one's highlights or two, whatever. What was mine? Stage left. All right, assign to group. Cool. Lightbox, clips. No filter, back to Lightbox. And now I'm just kind of like weeding them out. Another thing I'll do is like, oh yeah, keys are a no-brainer. All right, keys, because that red Nord just pops through. It's pretty easy to spot. Sometimes I miss the drummer because some of these tighter shots look like corral people, and right now everything seems like weirdly underexposed. I might, you know what? I might go turn off my like phone thing I was doing. There's keys. I knew there was more. There we go. Okay, so let's get those in keys. Keys, assign to group. Clips, no filter. Let's go to timeline. Disable timeline filter. My bad. All clips. Timeline filter. Let's turn off my phone conversion. This seems like an old version. I know I renamed that at some point. Okay. No group. Lightbox. Now I'm catching more drums that I didn't see before. Drums. I do use a lot of drums. I get a little drum happy. A lot of these are my shots, so that's, can't help but play favorites with myself. But I think with some of it, I was looking for like a very specific look, and I wasn't getting that from the first round. And so I just kind of did whatever I needed to do in certain moments to make sure I had the shots that I wanted for the moments when they happened. No group, Lightbox. Yeah, sorry, I don't really have a way to get the chat up on like a screen or anything for me like right in front. So I'm sorry if I don't respond very quickly. Yeah, so I've picked that up from. Am I showing you DaVinci? Oh my gosh, I'm literally not telling you anything. You're just watching my face. I'm so dumb. Mobby, all right, now you can see what I'm doing. Yeah, the proxy thing was something that like it was born out of frustration because the first few years I had no idea what I was doing. Like I just kind of got thrown into this. I was asked, the promotions director at the time, Chris Henderson, approached me over the summer and asked me if I would be interested in this project and like doing putting together a team of students, coordinating that, and just like doing what we can, trying to like shake it up and do something new. And it's just grown into what you're seeing now, which is like the budget's grown every year, and I've involved students as much as possible. I've started bringing in some of my friends that I've made connections with as I've gotten more connected in the video production world in the UPC Christian realm, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, this is my fourth year doing it, and I think year 2 we made the switch to like we rented Canon R's for the solo follows, and then still had like kind of a blend. Like some people had Blackmagic, some people had Canon, and I wasn't like experienced enough to really understand how to work with color spaces and yada yada. I'm still learning it. I'm taking a course and like going back through it repeatedly from a guy, Jake Pierre. I'm actually gonna submit what I'm doing tonight to him. to get some feedback on like what I'm doing and how I could do this better. But a lot of this workflow, as far as like how I'm structuring the groups, so like you can see on my screen, let me turn me off. There we go. I've got a lot of different groups happening, and that's just so that I can make better use of my time by instead of, because I've done this in the past where every single clip I graded individually, and now what I'm able to do is I'm able to group them all and like make broad strokes with what I'm doing like across an entire group of them. And I'll show you here. Like let's just say we want to look at right here. We've got group pre-clip, clip, post-clip, and timeline. And that's 4 different stages that we can color grade at now. But if I want to go in and choose a specific type of shot, like if I just want the vintage lens that we adapted onto Braxton's Fuji camera. Oh, these are wrong. What's going on here? Did I click the wrong thing? No, that's vintage. Okay, these are grouped wrong. Okay, hold on. So let's look at this is wrong. That's probably right. I don't think that's right either. Nope, that's front. How did I do this? How did I do this? Front. Oh, let's start over. So that's front. And you can tell because one of them is like from the right side and one of them is from the left side. Front, right. Front right. Got it. It's really easy to spot the ones that are like from the right side and also don't have the black bars on the side because the aspect ratio for that vintage lens that we adapted was like 4:3 or 4:5 or something like that. So you have to like actually crop in, but I think it was like a much larger file size. Like it wasn't 19 or it wasn't like regular 4K. It was like 5K but square. So I can like move up and down without losing resolution. But I don't know how I ended up putting these in here. These are supposed to be front right assigned to group. Boom. Okay, so now if I go to all clips, go back to vintage. Okay, now we're cooking. Okay, so yeah, all of these have this like cool hazy glow. Yep. And then some of these I think were from shooting guitar and he just switched over to other people. So this is actually supposed to be technically in the lead guitar zone. So we're going to move that to lead guitar because I know those were shot at the same time. All clips. And then we'll go back to smart filter, no group, lightbox. And okay, so now we can see like, yep, here's lead guitar. That was also shot as lead guitar, I'm betting. One way to check, okay, so check this out. If I go out of Lightbox and I select, where's that clip? Okay, so this clip's showing up in red. If I go to the cut tab and I click on this and I right click, I go to switch multi-angle clip, it'll tell me what file it is, which is kind of sick. So if I ever kind of get confused about it, I can go back and double check, like, am I grouping this correctly? Because some of these start to look like exactly the same. The choir and the chorale from the left side look the same, like the whole time on some of these songs. And so I'm like, I'm not trying to guess this. I want to know exactly what it is. It's probably a good time for a commercial. This color grade session is sponsored by Bum Energy because I'm a bum. And also, Cherry Frost is just an amazing flavor. All right, back to Lightbox. So I was correct. That's lead guitar. Do I see any other guitars? There's a guitar. Guitar. There's rhythm guitar. That's not the same group. I thought there was another one here at the end. I bet you it's this one right here, and I can't tell. All right, hold on. Groups. Put them hands together. It goes on. Where's lead guitar? I'm losing my mind. Lead guitar. There we go. Okay, so I think that's another cool thing. So when you're in the Lightbox and you want to like look through a clip, you probably can't see. Hold on. So this one right down here, if you click and drag on these, you can actually change what frame it sits on. So you can make your Lightbox look really cool if you're trying to do screenshots of it like I do. It's definitely something I'm going to do for this one. This is a super popular song and people are excited about it, so I definitely want to capitalize on that. I'm not trying to be like aggressive about it, but I have struggled in the past to do any kind of self promotion, but I do want people to know that I do what I do. Um, I'm just not I'm not usually the type to be like pushy about it. Like my work will be out there. Like I'll put it out there. But I try to let God do the elevating, if he wants me to do something or not. So I don't think I used a lot of rhythm guitar. There's another one. Tag. I clicked it and I wasn't holding command. My fault. There. Yeah, bro. I mean, it's weird because not to get off on like an unnecessary tangent, but like it's so weird today because the market is saturated and everybody's trying to do it and everybody wants to be successful and everybody wants to like, there's room, and that makes it difficult for everybody to like find their place without self-promoting, but it's hard to balance that and also respect the whole concept of like God is the one that does the elevating. He puts people up and he brings them down, That's tough. I have a hard time navigating that. So I try to just I hate saying this, man. It feels so cringe to say like I try to be humble, but like I mean, I do what I do. I try to do a good job at it. Whatever. That's front right. Yo, this one almost made me cry. I was going through and um reviewing my cuts. I made some changes before this session started just because I wanted to make sure that I really liked the flow of the whole song. And man, I just love Draylen. He's such a goat, bro. I need him to take me to like some more places with him so I can hang out with him and just shoot him doing stuff. Okay, so this girl right here, she's in a bunch of shots, and I don't know exactly which one that is, so I'm gonna look at switch multi. Okay, so Corral Right right here. That's the check mark. Corral Right is the stream of video she's coming from. So now I can go in, and if I see that girl, I could say like, okay, that's her, that's her, that's her, that's her. That's her. Anytime that I'm seeing her, I'm gonna put her in Corral Right just to get some more stuff out of the way. And I think because I'm looking at this and I'm seeing similar focal lengths here, I'm thinking I can group these together too, and I should be right. Dude, God has brought me far. Shameless plug for Jesus. Before I went to IBC, I was actually facing prison time. Like I was still facing prison time when I applied to IBC. I had gotten caught up in drugs. I was backslidden for like 4 or 5 years or so. And I'm not saying that everybody needs to go, but I definitely don't think it would be a bad thing to expose yourself to that and to get around people who are all passionate about what they're doing and like passionate about doing something for God. And it's just such a hub for talented people. Like if you want to learn something and get really good at something really fast, you should go to IBC. Because I I learned just about everything that I'm all of the principles, like the way that I think about how to do this stuff is a mentality or pieces of mentalities that I picked up from being around other people at IBC. I went to IBC for music. I did not go to IBC for video. I picked up video because I was around people and I took an interest in it, and there were just so many smart people around me that it was fairly easy for me to like learn stuff because people are passionate there and they want to get good at what they like to do in a way that honors the Lord. So it's dope. Okay. I need to turn off filters again. No group. All right. So that looks like mid. That's mid right. That's actually, these shots are from a kid at my church. His name is LJ Smith. He's very good. I push him very hard. I'm very hard on him. But he has gotten very good. I'm very proud of him. I have him do this shot every year. Like this is aw, appreciate that. Are you talking about the one from the Philippines? Like, is that what you're talking about? When I was like screaming, dude, I almost blacked out. I seriously almost blacked out. I was so nervous and like it was one of those weird, like, I'm so nervous, I'm just going to let go and let God. And I'm glad that it turned out well because sometimes people do that and they just sound crazy. But God definitely has been good to me. Yeah, man. I think I just have Dre. Oh, sweet. We're down to like one full screen. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. This is tripod right. I always keep some end tripods. Like, this is my little soapbox for a second. Stop the music. So when people shoot live recordings like this, it's inevitable because you'll just be in the moment and you'll like stop thinking about it for a second. So it happens sometimes, and I put contingencies in place for this. But like, don't drop your shot. Like, if you're doing this, just because the song ended does not mean it's time for you to drop your shot, because we still have to have like fade outs and stuff like that. This is just a part of it. And this is something that I learned my first couple years with like realizing that nobody was thinking about that. And I wasn't thinking about that until I got into the edit and I was like, oh my gosh, I literally have nothing. I have nothing that looks good. Like, the song is playing and I don't know what to choose because every angle is someone going like with their camera because they're just moving into position for the next one. So like I started putting tripods up every year, just like one or two. I think this year I did 3, which is a little overkill, but saved my butt because everybody's moving at the end of the song. And now I can just like do a pan out of this like still shot and it looks fine. It's just something for like the YouTube stream to come up to at the end. Computer's going to sleep. I need to turn on caffeine. Oh, I do have caffeine on. Wow. I need to change my settings for my who's he what's he. That doesn't count as one, but we'll do it. Sign to group. Okay, that's mid R. That's some LJ action right there. That's LJ. This might be LJ. It looks like it. It's like the focal length that I asked for from him. I'm going to guess that these are him. Some of these other ones that are like from a more upward angle, I know are my follows. So one of the other things that I do, let me get some of these out of the way real quick. One of the things I do is because the students are so involved in the recording and they're so present like the whole time, what I tend to do is I've split it into 2 groups where I'll bring in people that I know have done like, there's like kind of a group of us and it's like bigger than any one recording, but like you see a lot of the same people at some of these, like Mark Crowder, James Wilson, Draylon Young, Charity Gale, all that stuff. Like there's a bunch of guys that kind of run with each other and like their circles like intersect basically. And I'll call on some of those guys that know like the game and I don't have to like communicate with them as much. And then I'll work with the IBC students that, you know, volunteer to get the experience in there. They'll be their own like squad and they'll be part of my follow squad. And those guys are focused just on solos because they've been there all year and they know them. I'm coming in like not having obviously gone to school there the whole time. So I don't really know all the stuff. And so I'll go in like these kind of shots here. This is a follow. This is follow A, I believe. Yeah, so that's follow A. If it's from the left side, it's follow A. What's best for color? That's such an open-ended question, which is not like to roast you in any way. What do you mean by what is best for color grading? Are we talking about program? Are we talking about like how to shoot, what camera? There's so many things that go into how I approach color grading that I don't know how to answer that question. I need you to be more specific. Let's get back into color. Okay. Let's follow A. Follow A. Follow A. Follow A. Oh, man. Another banger from Draylen Young. Okay, so this is follow A. Groups. Follow A. Assign to group. Every time, baby. Program, and yeah, I'm a noob. Oh. It depends, man. Like, it's the one you're the best in. And, like, you can sit and like watch all the YouTube videos and like watch the stuff. Like, just pick one to start out. I'll recommend to you that you start on DaVinci because the end game of DaVinci is like you could make high-end commercials with it. You can download DaVinci's the only one that you don't have to pay for to get a really powerful color grading engine and editing engine in the first place. Like your cut edit tab, your color tab, like it's dope for what it is. Like go to DaVinci Resolve's website or Blackmagic Design, whatever it is, I don't remember. Download the free version and like get cracking. Like just pick one and learn it. And you might, the more you do it, you're going to end up talking to people about it, and you'll run with guys that know more than you, and then you'll kind of have those conversations like, oh, why do you like this, and you'll be like, oh, I never thought of that, like I've never had access to that feature, maybe I should switch, I don't know. It comes with time, but I would recommend, like, if you want to start out strong and you want something that's going to be able to do just about anything, then go with DaVinci. But I will tell you, when I'm doing camps, I run Final Cut because I'm so fast in Final Cut, and I just know, like, I'm not doing Blackmagic work in Final Cut. I'm like running with my Sony, and I'm doing very like run and gun stuff where I'm gonna set. I've worked on my settings and stuff and like how I set up my workflow for camps and stuff to where I can pretty much shoot, throw a LUT on it, and do a little bit of audio and be done. But the reason that I'm able to do that is because I figured out how to set my camera up to give me exactly what I want. And I've also bought gear that like allows me to add a lot of parts of my workflow straight into the camera. So not everybody can do that, but that's why I do what I do. Is it's just so fast. I don't have to go into DaVinci's menu, pull stuff into a thing. I can go straight from my camera, drag the file from the Finder into the timeline, put an adjustment layer over it, throw two LUTs on, like convert it, color it a little bit, and then like run some audio plugins on the mixdown, and I'm good. And that's just what I've developed over several years of doing this kind of thing. And you can totally do that too. But you'll figure out what you like to do by doing it. Like, just download DaVinci. Download DaVinci, start doing stuff with your camera, and you will learn. Just beat against the wall with all of your heart, and you will slowly chip away at it. I was trying to be like really, really encouraging, and I don't even know what the word I'm looking for is. I was trying to make that sound super epic or something. I don't know. That's mid R. We're getting there. We're almost done. I should have done this earlier. But no, I wanted to review my cuts. I did make quite a few changes though. I did make a sizable amount of changes to the edit. Just because a couple shots like didn't really make as much sense after I saw them like the third and fourth time. I was like, I don't know which one that is. What is that? Is that the guy that was doing random stuff? That is Nate Weger, IBC alum. Another one of the guys that I just called because like he knows the deal. I just told him to do whatever he wants. I had every position covered, and so I wanted to open up a space for someone to just get stuff that nobody would think of. and it turned out to be very helpful in a lot of cases. I need to open this thing. I keep tripping over whether I'm showing you just the ATEM or DaVinci. Here we go. Okay. What is this? This is... No. Hey. What is happening? No, this one. Yes. What is this? This is choir left. Okay. Back to the light box. No filter. No group, my bad. Okay, so the really wide ones here. Yep, that's choir. That's the other choir, I'm guessing. Did I only use one choir left? That's interesting. I try to vary it. IBC Live is kind of a beast to cover because you've got 3 layers of vocals, and all the parents like are gonna want to see their kid, you know? Like, you can't fault them for like wondering why, you know, like you only shoot the front line, and then people are like, why there's like 300 kids and you shot the 6 in the front line. Bro, Andy my Mandy. I'm streaming in 1080, but these are 6Ks. So I have built this office. Let me see here. So I've built this office to be as beastly as humanly possible with, I mean, a substantial amount of money invested. But like these cameras, I just set it up so that they have wireless transmitters that link to the ones in here, but they can also link to our live stream like down in the sanctuary. I'm just like up here in the crow's nest. So all I do is I bring them up here and I put them on these tripods, and this is actually what I shoot podcasts for my pastor with as well. So I do my best to try to like make the most of. It was basically our live stream machine, and then I figured out what can I add to that to make like stuff in here look really good, and it's just convenient. Oh, you tuck those kids in. You tuck in those little babies. I'm still just doing this, man. Choir right. Okay, let's get these grouped. We're almost there. We're in the home stretch of grouping. So that's choir right. Wait, I can't remember now. Hold on. I'm tripping. Okay, it is choir. Okay. I was like, please God, don't actually be chorale and me be wrong. Choir right. Okay. I'm guessing this girl is chorale. Yeah, that's the chorale right angle. So let's get in the light box. And anytime I see this young lady, I'm going to go chorale right, which is also a good handful of them. So groups, chorale right. We are so close. We are about to start painting with large paintbrushes. Oh, that's a vintage one that I missed. Wow. That's what I'm saying. You just kind of get lost in the sauce here sometimes. Front left, right? Or did I make a vintage? Yeah, I did make a vintage lens group. I'm still forgetting whether I did certain things. That's just how crazy this has been. One thing I'm going to do next year is I'm going to like go like alphabetical order and in groups for how I make all of these groupings, because they're kind of sporadic and they just, I think I did it as they presented themselves in front of me, and what I should have done was be more intentional about my listing, because now I'm like, where is it? I've probably wasted a good 5 minutes. No, that's a lie. I probably wasted a solid 20 minutes total over the course of this project. Just like looking up and down, like, which one was that? That's stuff people don't think about, man. Organizing your project, it takes time up front, but man, it saves you so much time on the back end if you just do this. What'd I just do? That was the wrong click. Assign to group. There we go. This was guitar. I think this was random. Yep, random. Cool. Did I ever make a group for center? I don't think I've used the center one yet. That's so goofy. Okay, well, add into a new group. Center. What do you mean? Cancel. What? It said add into a new group. Okay, what? I'm so confused. I guess I did make one. Where is it? Oh, I did make one. Wow. Stupid. All right, who's this? Is this Corral left? Corral left. Okay, so anybody in that angle, let's do... Yep. Corral right. Why did I make these so out of order? Getting lost in it. Once I get down to this and I'm just like double checking the ones that I'm not sure about, I can just go between... Oh, you know what? Let's go in here. Okay, cool. Let's do mid R. Okay. So I actually have my Stream Deck set up down here to do hold on. I have my Stream Deck set up to do two things, and one of them is I have like an edit color and probably I'm gonna do like a sound tab or something for DaVinci. But I have it set to like take me back between the menus. So I can look at this real quick. Angle is random, and I'll go back to color, and I don't have to move my hands as much. So I can just kind of chill here. Da-da. This should be Corral left. Choir left. Ah, see, I would have messed that up. I'm guessing that means this is choir left also? Corral left. Bro, this is what I'm saying. This is why I do this. And this one's probably random. Random? Okay. Okay. Ooh, I'm betting on random. Place your bets. Random. Mm. Alright, I'm gonna text my girlfriend because I love her. I think I'm gonna post this on Threads. Ooh, I wonder if I can change this. Ooh, will this change this on the thing? I've never posted this on any kind of platform like this. Oh my gosh. Okay, I wonder if it'll change now. Cancel. I'll wait until I get into the color before I do that. How about that? Why is this busted? All right, no group. How many more we got? 14 clips. Let's go. Choir left. We are almost there. Stage left. That's me. When's the music video dropping? Bro, I'm trying to drop this joint tomorrow. I'm not playing around. I'm here to get it done tonight. You're gonna watch the I'm so dumb, I'm sorry. You're gonna watch I was gonna say you're gonna watch the Making a History tonight. But I mean it's not really that deep. I just like being stupid. I think this is random also. Man, we're so close I could taste it. I get so anxious towards the end of this. I hate this part, like the grouping stuff. It's so like when you're down to the last ones, you just want to hit fast forward and be done with it. Corral left. Corral right. See, this is why I like the light box though, because if I tried to do this like one by one for the entire time, I would rip my eyeballs out. Like imagine trying to do this one by one the whole time. I'll tell you in a second how many. I think this is follow B. I can tell you how many clips there are in a second here. Once I finish these. I think this is random, but it might be mid-right. It's random. Random. Corral or choir left. Place your bets. Choir left. Lead guitar. Homie saw the opportunity and took it. The guitar is boring right now. I'm going to shoot Hannah. Corral left. That's the last one. I might notice one's wrong like later, but now we can look at all clips. Bro, this is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to do this one by one for 212 clips. It's too much, man. Man, this is good. Yes, I am serious. So, my church got fiber, and our internet's so stupid fast. I'm going to export this in ProRes. It's probably going to be a 30 gigabyte file. I will be able to upload this to YouTube in 15 minutes. Like, I can work on this tomorrow and still, like, upload it, put the cover photo on it. I'll put the cover photo on it while I upload it, and I will still be done in 15 minutes. That's how crazy it is. It's absolutely bonkers, man. Okay, so it is finally time for the real stuff. Would have been here for an hour and a half. It is insane. It's time to start painting with a large paintbrush. That's what we're gonna do here. So now I can go into the clips here and I can pick my angle, and I'm gonna go with the vintage first. I really like the vintage. And I'm going to look at all of these clips in general, and I'm going to make an assessment on what I think needs to change. In general, they are way too dark, right? So that's what we're going to do first. We're going to go into the pre-clip. And I know that the dehaze has a lot to do with that. I've got some saturation curve for what that vintage lens is doing. But the exposure is not like it was in the last video. The groups tend to like transfer over from the last project. So I do have to do these one by one because anything that I do to these groups is going to affect every single timeline in this project. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at these. Some of these are really dark, bro. That's crazy. But I'm going to look at like the brighter ones. And what I'll probably do here is just reset the node and start doing what I want to do. Probably going to lift it. Now see, I'm making big changes across the board here. This one in particular, it seems to be brighter. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm so stupid. This is from the other side. This is from the other angle. This is not the right. This is not this angle. All right. So this needs to go in the front right group. I used a lot of front right in this video. Get this thing out of here, man. Vintage. All right. So let's find like a hero shot, like a really good one. These are all generally too dark, right? This one should be pretty even. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to hit it with some lift. And when I do that, the highlights get way too high. And what I tend to do is I'm just going to like bring those highest highs back down to get them into like the middle ranges that I'm looking for. I'll keep an eye on my waveform, but I tend to eyeball this stuff a little bit. Let's look at timeline. I do need to go through all of my timelines. Hold on. I had some other stuff I need to do. I've got some stuff in here, some fancy little stuff that I've cooked up that doesn't need to be on any of these until I'm done getting them all looking the same. Oh, there it is. Nice. Gosh, man, Draylen's so good. Him and his wife are so awesome. What? Oh, is this random? What is this group? So this doesn't even have like what I want on it. Let's get my post clip, apply grade, turn them off because they don't need to be here yet. Apply grade, turn them off. Why doesn't base have this on here? What is going on, dog? So many of these like don't have what they need to have on them. That's so odd. Even Braxton's doesn't have anything on it. Braxton's doesn't need to have that because it's already built in. Like the vintage lens has that like really dope halation. It's got that bloom to it, which is like the look I kind of wanted to get this year. That vintagey kind of stuff has been the vibe lately. So I wanted to try to kind of push IBC that direction this year. So I'm doing some stuff with like glows and halation to try to get us in that realm without necessarily losing the identity that we're building on. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm in clip. That's why. Wow. I'm tired, apparently. I didn't realize that I was tired. But apparently I am. So you know what I need to do? Here's what I need to do. Very first thing that we do is we go into the first one and we apply the clip node tree. We copy that. And we select all the other clips. and we apply it to those clips as well. Just want to be able to do, so one of the things about color grading and stuff is like, you need to know what you're doing and where to find that if you need to go back and make a change to it. Like in general, this song looks warmer than all the other ones, but I know where to find that stuff. Like, this is the, so this is just the 1 LUT conversion right here. And then I'm doing some other stuff to give me more of a filmy look. But I really wanted that other thing to work. So since you're still hanging in there, I'll give you kind of the breakdown. This is my pre-clip group node tree. It's got exposure, white balance, and saturation nodes. Let me see if I can make these bigger. Okay, so this is what I'm working with right here. It's so basic. Like, this is not, it's not extreme. It's not crazy, right? It's just like, I'm going to look at, let's go back to the vintage group, right? So the pre-clip is just before you get into making individual changes, and you can see notated by like the 4 dots up here. This is before we start doing any like individual things. So before I start making like the same like white balance adjustment on every single clip, I don't have to do that because I can look in here and say like, oh, all of these are too dark in general. And I can lift all of them at the same time with one brush stroke. And that's like what's so cool about this, because now I can go into the group and be like, but this one in particular is just a little bit darker, and I'll just make that adjustment here. Now here, let me get rid of the Spotify, because now we can do some playback and watch them. Like, you can watch the waveform. Let me turn me off. Hold on. So we can watch the waveform, and we can watch like the screen and see what we're seeing different about each clip in the group. So one thing I'm looking for is, you can see like where the shadows are bottoming out at, and how much information is like spiking up. Like what you see here, like this is Draylen, obviously, or his guitar, because that's just red spiking, so that's that guitar right there. But like just seeing like the evenness of the waveforms that are showing up, and then like where they're sitting in general as the clip plays, so that I know like, okay, they're all sitting in the same zone. I think that one's still a little darker, and I'm going based off that because these skin tones back here are dark. He's dark. I'm going to add some more lift to this one again to get it up to where I think these other ones are sitting. Yeah. This one seems like I don't know. This one seems like her skin tone like is popping a little more. So I'm going to bring highlights down just a little bit, just to smooth that skin tone out a little more. Maybe she's just shiny. I don't know. This one's darker. In particular, like you can see there's not as much of a spike as far as highs go. So I'm gonna try like boosting that up just a little, just 1 or 2 points. This one also seems dull in the highlights, so I'm gonna bring her up a little more too. Yep, highlights again, little high. Okay, cool. That's that whole group. Boom. Like we just made like big adjustments and like got a whole group of them kind of looking away, you know, whatever. No, it's not about the higher the waveform, the better. The waveform is just telling you it's a representation of the light values that are in the image. So you want your highs to be high and your lows to be low, unless you don't. Like if you're trying to do a certain kind of edit, then maybe you don't want that. Like if you want it to look really dark, or if you're like trying to shoot in a way that makes it look like nighttime, you don't want high waveforms. You want everything to be really low. But that's a whole other discussion, because like that's where you get into people shooting day for night. So they'll shoot in the middle of the day, but they'll expose it in a way that they're like expecting to edit it to look like night while retaining all of the detail from the highlights. And that's like really tricky. That's where you get into like really deep color and like light theory. Not really, but like, yeah. That's way more than what we're doing right now. I don't want to get into all that. We got stuff to do. Let's look at the follows maybe. And this is where it's like, okay, you just saw the vintage lens and all of its like diffusion and bloom and how soft everything is. It's got that dreamy look to it. Like it's totally different when you go from that to like mid right. Much more clear, right? Like much more crisp image. And this is what's been tricky this year, is like to try to get that bloomy look. Let's go into the group pre-clip. So we got our exposure, white balance, saturation. I'm not noticing anything that I don't like about white balance, but I do still feel like highlights are high, but then shadows are low. So I'm wanting to bring it up. It's a little better. Because like if I leave this back at, like, let's say we put this back at 0 and don't do anything to it, look how blown out her face is. And this is something that I don't necessarily like fully understand about what I'm working with. Like I kind of expect more roll off in the highlights in general, and I like it. I'm ending up putting it back when I am desaturating skin tones a little bit to balance it out. I didn't do a ton with white balance. I think I pushed it slightly slightly more warm. But that exposure, man, bringing those highlights down is like my bread and butter right now. And I'm not sure if that's an exposure thing on my end, or if it's just like we need to work harder at getting our lighting to be more even and not so harsh, maybe. I really don't know. That's something that I'm still learning. Like I'm working with what I've got, and I'm doing my best, you know. But I do like to try to retain more detail in the shadows. You can see there's a ton of information down here in the shadows, but I don't necessarily want to like gamma it all up into the middle, because that looks ridiculous. Like if I do that and then turn the gain down and like I just play this game where I'm like trying to push everything up into the middle and then like smash the highlights down and push this back up. This looks terrible. Like it looks so bad, you know? And here's like the answer to what you were talking about. Carlum, I'm sorry, I said your name wrong earlier. Like, no, you don't necessarily want it all to be higher, because if I turn it all up really high, then it looks like unbelievably washed out, right? So I'm going to undo all of that and hopefully get back to not a trash edit. There we go. You want your highs to sit where they should, and you want your lows to sit where they should. And so I'm eyeballing it. Like I just now started taking courses on color because I really like it, and I'm finding the more that I dig into it, the more I enjoy like the theory and just playing around with it. but there's still like things that I don't understand about how to work with color like this. So I'm noticing his skin seems a little like oversaturated in orange. It's looking a little weird. But then Rain's skin, like she's a little fairer, and that's pushing the highlights up a little bit. So maybe what I need to do is I need to give back these highlights to the group in general to atone for Marcus. And then I'll go into the group or the clip and I'll go through and I'll make like a little highlight down edit on this node. And I'll copy that and I'll go to the next one. Yep, that's good. Nope, don't like that as much. I'm going to look for Rain. Yep, Rain. And I'm going to make these adjustments on the people that do need, like, oh, shoot. It's pasting to the wrong. Yeah, hold on. Why is it doing that? That's weird. So it's pasting that node on, okay, now I'm doing it right. That's weird. It was pasting my exposure node onto the window node. And I'll show you the window node later if I need it. Okay, we're getting what we need now. That one still seemed a little too high, so I'm going to bring that one down too. Okay. I need this to stop. Why is my thing being goofy? All right, let's see if I can post this on Threads yet. Copy. Paste. Oh, it still says John Shellhard live stream. Boo. Let's see. Can I share it now that I've changed the thing? Stream URL. Copy. I'm just going to text it. I'm going to text it to somebody so that I can man, I really want it to look like what I did here in Lightroom, and I'm not sure how to go about doing that right now. Dude, messages is being weird. Oh my gosh, is messages showing up on the other? I've got my messages probably like docked over to the other screen I'm attached to. Let me see if I can. Let's do screen mirroring. Display preferences. Come on, Goofy. Let's do mirror. Whoa, what? That's not even. I'm so confused right now. Look at this. This is like not even correct. This is not the. What is happening? Why is this mirroring? This is not even the screen that I'm connected to. These BenQ monitors are wild, dude. I don't know how they're able to do this. Ooh, can I just turn it off? Maybe that worked. Bro, this is annoying. I'm gonna unplug it. That's so whack. There we go. All right, let's try that. That doesn't make sense either. That's not doing it. You know, one of these days, man, Samsung, nah, dude. If I was gonna do anything else, what I'm probably gonna do is get the LG ultra wide monitor. That one I really like, and shockingly, right now at Best Buy, it's like $250 for a 34-inch ultra wide monitor, and it's very color accurate. I went to visit my girl in Mississippi, and I went to Best Buy. This is actually like a cheat code, but don't do this because I'm not sure if it's ethical or not. But I went to Best Buy and I bought a monitor, and then I took it back when I was done working with it, and I just said that I didn't want to keep it because I think I have a better option, which is not lying. So it's still showing up as John Shellhart live stream when I try to paste it in Threads. That's so annoying. But in the text conversation, it says when God shows up, blah, 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 blah. You silly Billy. I'm trying so hard to make this thing work. We even use them at Meta, and I never had an issue. Wait, so do you work for the company Meta? Like the Meta? Like we're talking about the same thing? Is that what we're talking about right now? Is that what you're telling me? Ooh, 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 did I get it? This is so dumb. I'm just going to keep my phone open to see if it worked. I don't know. I might end up looking stupid because I don't know how to do this. Yeah, Threads didn't like make a link for me or anything. They're not trying to help me out at all. Gosh, man, I don't want to spend a bunch of time on this. I'm just trying to hang out with my friends. All right. Anyway, you're a contractor. That's pretty dope, dude. What all do you do as a contractor for Meta? That's pretty sick. Let's go back up to Child of God. Start it from the top. All right, cool. We got highlights down. Highlights up, maybe? I don't know. Let's try it. I don't know. We got a good look going this time. We might be able to make this work. Let's see. Where do I do this? Where do I do it? Okay, there we go. Sorry, I know the music clashes, but whatever. Helps me keep track of where I'm at. So I'm just going to go through and kind of clean up some of these highlights. I just want to keep the detail in the face. Like you can kind of see. Let me make these smaller again and scoot this over. This is also why I do this over here. Like, I really need this second screen because trying to see detail and make sure everything's clean and stuff on this little thing, even though like you can do some stuff to make it work, like you can't get rid of much else of this. Like I need these clips to be able to go through them and stuff like that. I need all the stuff at the bottom. You can't really get rid of that either. So having that second monitor is really nice. But in just okay. Yep, this needs to come up just a little bit. But I think the shadows are dark, so I'm going to pull up. So I'm going to do some lift and then highlights down. I think in general this edit might be a little too warm. We might adjust that. What we'll do is we'll adjust that globally at some point. I don't know. Kind of like it, you know? I tend to edit more like realistically. I try to get everything like so perfectly white balanced, but I kind of like the like warmer vibe. And I'm not really looking at it in terms of like all the clips together. So I mean, as you're moving around, maybe it looks better. Here we go. Right, so like that one, that's one that I would go in. Let's look at the keys. In general, keys are too dark. So we'll go to group pre-clip and we'll hit it with some lift. Oh, look at that. Oh, we can see now. Crazy. Might do a little bit more. Like we'll put it up to 0.04 and then do a little highlight down. Let's check some of these. I mean, honestly, it looks good. I think it looks good, honestly. We could probably bring the shadows up a little more and highlights down a little bit. Just this. I actually don't like that as much. Let's put it back. This one, probably this clip, I'm just going to adjust the offset overall and like bring the clip up in general. Let's go back to our timeline, all clips. Here we go. This one, I'm seeing like definitely very high highlights here. If you look at like just very bright skin, and that's not necessarily a her issue. Let's look at front right. In general, it kind of seems like they're too dark. It could stand to be exposed a little higher, actually. So let's bring that up, and then we'll adjust. We'll adjust accordingly for that one clip in particular. Like in general, we're not seeing quite the same waveforms. I really do want to try to match that look from before. I may just spend tonight getting let's get in here. I'm tired of leaning my neck in. All right. Here we go. There we go. That's the one I was talking about. So let's look at the clip. Cool. Let's look at that clip in general, and let's just pull these highlights down a little bit. Get these shadows back up a little bit. Just do a little finagling. So we're just losing some detail, like in the skin tone there. Like, as soon as house lights come up, it gets a little harsh. Yeah, I never had that before. I don't know. I see clips like this and I'm like, man, I think we might need to make like a little... Oh, so here's another thing you could do. Sometimes I have to do a little reframing because I wasn't quite on. So I'm going to go here. I'm just going to make this adjustment now because I don't want to look at this for the rest of the project. And I'm going to reframe this Joker. Let's look for our edge. There we go. Luckily, we shot in like 6K, so we're pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Fixed. Didn't even need to keyframe it. We love to see it. These shots are dark. Let's make that adjustment. So let's look at the group. What is this? Corral left. Yep. Okay, so let's look at them all. A lot of stuff happening in the shadows. We're in the dark here. So let's undo. Just reset the node grade, honestly. We'll do our... So I'm seeing too much in the shadows. Let's lift them up. There we go. There's our information. We love to see it. Literally. No pun intended. We love to see. Yo, we got some more people in here. 6? Wow, this is our... Well, actually, I think I saw it 7th a second ago. Hello to everybody. I think I want to just smooth out just ever so slightly a little more in the highlights. No, I don't. Never mind. I didn't like it. Yeah, there we go. You know what I think it might be? That's a clip adjustment right there. We'll just... There we go. A little better. Yep, same thing. Just a little too harsh on the skin. Cool. That one's a little dark. Let's check the follows. I'm just going through and making sure all of our individual groups are graded properly, you know, in general, and then we can make our clip adjustments as we go. These don't look the same. Why is that? Definitely too low. Let's reset this node and start over. There we go. There's a bunch of it. Some lift is nice. Little highlight down helps. Cool, cool, cool. See, now this one looks totally different. So I'm guessing what happened was, yeah, look at this. So we got this one. This is a clip adjustment. So let's go in here. Let's try to balance this out a little more, get a little more even looking. Because there's a lot of information happening in like the very low areas. Same thing. So let's copy that and just put that there. But then this one's dark. I think what happened was once we got into the... Oh, also, this looks blue compared to the previous shot. Why is that? What's up with the white balance here? Got some weird stuff going on. Anyway. So what we may need to do... Yo, how did I do that? That was crazy. How did I grab that node and throw it down there? That was wild. All right. Let's get in here. Oh, dude, I don't know. I don't know if I can fix that. I think that is just I think that's just lights. It does feel weird though. I wonder if I could do anything about this. Let's try. Um, maybe we chill on it. And now I feel like I'm pushing it all too yellow. Is that better? It's closer. There we go. Highlights look a little more red. Hope I'm not breathing in this thing too much. These shadows look like really blue as well. This is... I don't know if this is... Hold on. This doesn't seem congruent with any of the other follows. It is a follow. Holy cow. Why are some of these so blue? This is really odd. Let's try to balance it out a little bit. We can go into our log and push some other like warmer tones into it a little bit. Try to get it to match a little better. That's a little better. I think the exposure's a little weird on here too. All right, let's watch a little bit. Let's see what we got.
Here we go.
Highlights. That's okay.
Yes. Everybody clap those hands right here. Let's go. Let's go.
Highlights. This one feels a little dark, actually.
Praise of his people.
Something. So this 2823 is doing some stuff for me. But I think in general, I've got something going on. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this. Something about the skin tones just isn't setting right with me.
When 2 or 3 are gathered, he is near.
That's helping. I just want to get that look. That's what I'm trying to do. But I'm not feeling it from the rest of this. But it's just really hard to match that So it was my first year at IBC. I just wanted to say thanks, man. Thank you, Nathaniel. I appreciate you. I'm trying, man. I took a course this year from a guy that's worked with a lot of like high-end brands and stuff like that, and I'm still getting like coaching from him on coloring and stuff. I'm really trying to push myself for a look that I've never done before. And you know what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna grab this. Oh man, where'd I put that? Gallery. Poopy. Never mind. Hold on. Yeah, delete that. Let's do add still album. When God shows up. Cool. And let's grab this still because I really like this shot. That shot's dope. So I'm going to open that and I'm going to play with it a little bit and I'm going to try and get... I'm going to try and get this look like everywhere else as well. Let's do front right. Let's see what we can do with these. So I'm really not doing as much. I almost just want to start over. You know what I'll do? Let's go in and do a pre-group adjust and let's just append it. So let's turn these off so I don't lose them. I'm going to try and... Whoa, what just happened? Give me that back. Okay, so definitely need to bring shadows up. So then do we... This is the challenge of this. I don't know how to do this, man. Do I turn contrast down? Oh, maybe I do turn contrast down. Okay, okay. This is me literally live trying to make a new look in general and match this vintage lens. So for everybody that hasn't been here or like just showed up, this shot on screen of Draylen was shot on a Fuji that we adapted a vintage lens onto, like a Canon vintage lens onto. So it's got this cool, dreamy, bloomy, halation-y, just it looks really cool. And that's the vibe. I feel like vintage looks have kind of been coming back. So I'm trying to push that direction this year without doing too much to change like IBC's overall vibe. But matching this, like this look on lenses that like weren't that is honestly proving to be a big challenge for me right now. It's kind of crazy. I don't know how I'm gonna get this to do this. I also think that this group might be too warm. Let's move it a little more that way. I might need to just go into the curves. No, I don't want... No, undo that. Stop it. Nope. How do I get out of this thing? Why is this doing this? I don't know how to turn that off. Why am I eyedropper and everything? Why? Stop it. There we go. What is happening? Why can't I move this now? None of this is doing what I want. Stop it. Okay. Okay. Gonna need this. Okay. Cause look at how those shadows are so spread out. That's so hard to match when you didn't shoot on a lens with that kind of diffusion. That's just crazy to me. Will you please let me do this? There we go. I think we're closer. Really needed to like turn the contrast down, I guess. Which I really didn't expect to be like the sauce. I'm gonna just go for a 0.8. Okay, maybe we give like a little bit of shadow back. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Sorry, this is chaotic. Let me get this out of here. Hush, hush. Okay, so because we've killed some of that saturation, we might need to push a little bit of, or we lost contrast, and I need to push just a little bit of Sati. But not so much that we're pushing these oranges too hard, which is kind of what it feels like we're doing now. So let's. Dude, the energy in that shot. Oh my gosh. Somebody call Nate Rippey and tell him he's a killer. Somebody tell him that right now. Somebody go tell him. Let's go to exposure. A little bit of gamma down, I think. I still think that we're a little cold, but I feel like maybe it's the magenta too. Okay, hold on. Bring this back. Let's do one more thing with this, and let's play with these. One thing that I like to do is I just like to scoot this in a little bit. And maybe I've been doing the wrong thing my whole life. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm learning just as much as you guys are right now. Oh, this is so tricky. Look at just the bloom on that is so good. Like, there's a part of me that just wishes we could go back and shoot all of this project on old vintage lenses, because these just look so cool. If I could have, I would have done all of them on vintage lenses. Seriously. Like, with how good this is looking, dude, it just looks so good. Braxton Powell, everybody. It's just hard to match that same level of haze, like getting that black level up. I feel like I'm just finagling so much between gamma and shadows, trying to get them, trying to get that depth of the mids back without losing. Oh, shoot. So, side note, one of the things that I really want to get like super bad is one of those like color grading little mini table things, because trying to grab a hold of some of these like wheels, like they just act weird sometimes for no good reason, and it's very irritating. And I get frustrated when I'll grab something and for whatever reason, like it makes the mouse jump and I lose like, 15 points one way or the other. And I'm trying to like get work done here, man. And now I can't remember where I was at. And you just messed up my whole look right now, dog. Maybe I need to let it be more magenta. Maybe that's my problem. That actually might be it. Oh my gosh. Wow. I hate myself. Cool. Oh, yes. Let's go.
Make it.
I'm gonna do one more thing, and it's just gonna be a detail thing.
Loud because our God is here.
Man,
Hold
just want a little bit of that.
On in his shores. A fierce toss to turn your face.
I might actually need to put a little skin tone boost on some of these, but we'll come back to that. Why do I keep forgetting? I'm so sorry, guys. If I just leave it on myself while I'm working, please remind me. I don't know what's wrong with me, man. No, I do know what's wrong with me. My stream is not like in my I can't watch my stream very closely and the chat because it's all off to the side on my laptop. But I'm trying to make sure that I can talk because I wanted to hang out with people, you know? It's part of why I'm doing this. It gets lonely doing this by myself all the time. Okay, so you know what? Let's do this. Let's do, how do I want to do this? I'm going to grab a still and say, yeah. That's not what I meant to do. I'm trying to rename this thing. Let me rename it. That's not what I want. Whatever. We know which one we're talking about. So let's go into another group pre-clip and let's just try applying the grade. Nope. It is not the same. Why isn't it doing it though? Is what I want to know. Hello? Okay, so this is clearly not the same. Let's do some of this. Oh, no, that's not what I want. I want it to look like this. So in general, let's see what this group is. We're going to look at Corral Right. Corral Right. Let's get some Spotify going again. Actually, you know what? I need a bathroom break. I've been sitting here too long. Need to get up and stretch my legs for a second. Let's do one little look here at, this is Corral Left, right? Nope. There we go. Okay. So in general, these are all like a little dark. So let's get that offset going, bring them up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, cool. I'll be right back. Nathaniel said, my first time seeing the IBC live videos was their Victory album. Victory was the first album I did? Was it? I want to say that was actually my first year doing it. We had like a team of 5 people. Let me look. Should be on Instagram. Should be on my Instagram. It's going to be back a ways, though. Give me just a second. That was in... ...2020. right before COVID. Yeah, because that was right after. Because after that is a post of me playing with Praise for NAYC, and then COVID hit when we left, and then this happened. Yeah, so that was Victory was my first one. Yep. We had a team of like 5 or 6 videographers. It was pretty much all students volunteering, and we had all different kinds of cameras. Some of them were not that great, admittedly. Um, but we did the best that we could with what we had. Like, we were all new. And so that's not me saying like, oh, everybody's trash. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying like we were so new that we hadn't even built up the funds to invest in ourselves. Like, we were just doing the best we could with what we had. And like that that was very that was a very information rich experience because it was very difficult to overcome the shortcomings of a lot of like lower level camera bodies and using different color sciences all in the same project, and me like not really knowing what I was doing yet. Like, I didn't have a ton of experience in video yet. I didn't really know what I was doing. Um, so that made it really difficult because I am picky enough to know what I want it to be, but not knowledgeable enough at that time to know how to get there, and I'm still learning. Like, I'm trying to recreate a look that I'm seeing, and I'm like, man, I think I can get there, but like I'm not sure how I'm going to pull it off at the moment. But I'm trying to like match this vintage lens look that we've got going on, and I'm trying my best, but it's kind of tricky. Um, so yeah. Yeah. And since then it's become like uh I think the biggest team we've had is like 13 people or 11. I think 11 people shooting at one time. And a handful of them are students. Like, we try to use students every year to give them experience, like guys that want to get involved in that scene and like become a part of the church production world. Um, it's a great opportunity to be a part of like a bigger project and learn like what the workflow looks like, how all the planning that goes into it. I spend a lot of time with the students, like leading up to the night of the pre-dubs, the pre-concert, and then the official like IBC live event. We do a lot of like, we'll shoot, we'll review footage, critique, talk about how to make adjustments and like what you can do to improve, yada yada yada. There's a lot of that goes on, and I love doing it. Honestly, like, it's my favorite project that I do every year, and I hope that I get to come back again. Thank you. Very much appreciate the compliments. Trying my best. Still learning a lot. There's a lot of guys that are better than me, and I'm trying to like position myself close to them so I can just keep pulling myself up higher. But that's, the best that we all can do, right? I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I need a refill and a potty break. So Oh, so fun story. I don't have AC in my office, so I'm just kind of stuck like with whatever the temperature decides to be. But I snuck a fan out of one of my coworkers' offices and stuck it in the door. So hopefully we can get it feeling kind of comfy in here. That's getting feeling a little toasty right now. All right, let's look at this some more. So obviously, I feel like we need to go back to this shot though and get something where there's not so many glares like coming off of this. So let's go. Hold on. Yeah, this is a little more realistic for what some of these other shots are looking like. This one's a Dreyliner. Like the waveform can be a little misleading because you've got these big lights, you got the screens in the background, or like you've got these sick like that's not what most of these are gonna look like. That's more realistic. So I think I'm gonna grab another still here and go back to that group. What was it? Corral, right? Yep. So let's do this one instead. And honestly, we're actually really close. Like the waveform's looking really similar. You got kind of the peaks. If you look down in the bottom, sorry, I know my head's in the way. You're getting really similar profiles here. We could probably give this back a little bit of gamma. Maybe a little shadow down. Got to be careful though, because you're trying to keep that like diffused look, which means your shadows kind of need to sit up higher. That's what I'm finding. So I am finding that this is looking like this is treating the skin tones much nicer than what I've been doing previously, which to be fair, I am like kind of crushing the highlights down, but I'm really trying to keep it like even as far as skin tones go. Like I can't stand when it gets so, I don't know what it is about some of these. I think it's the 2823 Kodak thing that I'm using that is tending to make the highlights in the skin. Hold on, go back here. Like if I turn this off, oh god. So much contrast and stuff is happening here. And it's like looking at that is making me feel like, oh man, I'm terrible at this. Which I may just go into this clip here and offset this one down a little bit. There we go. Oh, you know what I haven't done? I haven't posted this on Facebook. And I bet you, all right. I wish I could like do votes or polls or like I mean we obviously don't like take bets per se, but I would 100% take bets on whether my dad shows up in this or not. I want to like guarantee you right now. I know it's 11 o'clock my time. That means it's 10 his time. Why won't it show up as like? Do I have to launch it as Do I have to launch this like with the title already made and whatever? Because this Joker is not wanting to post for me like the way that I want to. Let's go Facebook. User opted out of platform. It's disallowed. Facebook platform. How do I opt into Facebook platform? How do I do that? YouTube is trying to fight me right now. No way. My dad's already here. See, I got the most supportive dad on the planet. None of y'all's dads can touch mine. All your dads are trash. Just kidding. That's so funny, dude. Hey, Dad. What's up? Oh, that's so funny, man. That cracks me up. Oh, that high note from Mark Crowder, man. Classic. It won't let me do it on Facebook either. It still says John Shellhart live stream. Nobody wants to watch that. They want to hear about Draylon Young. They want to see that it's Draylon Young's song. I don't have enough clout for people to want to watch just me streaming. Yet. Maybe someday. I don't know. If y'all are having a good time and the ones who are here to learn whatever they Hey, so are you a videographer? Okay, we're not doing some kind of weird role play game, Dad. We know you're my dad. I am a videographer, yes. Which I don't even really know how I should classify myself. A lot of these creative guys, they are all of it. Like, they're not just a DP, they're not like a grip, they're not an editor, they're not a producer, they're not a director. They're doing all of it. I really enjoyed directing, especially on this particular IBC project. And I probably will not be shooting next year because I'm so picky about how the shots are and stuff. And when I get into the edit, I tend to get frustrated with things that I would have said something about, like, hey, like I'm not gonna cut live in here, but I'll tell you, like, sometimes even when you plan for all of it, like I said earlier that I put tripods up on either side to try to like save me if I don't have an angle to cut to. Sometimes that happens, and like I legitimately don't have someone on like my solo when they take over. It just happens sometimes, you know, like it's just not caught, so that's how it goes. But if I'm so here's my plan next year. God willing, if IBC wants to have me back again to do this project, my goal is to direct from their why is it not doing this? I have to like delete that. There we go. I need Spotify to stop. I'm getting overwhelmed. There we go. So the plan right now is to make the online experience a paid event this time. And what that will do for my side of things is that will allow me to add wireless transmitters with that that budgeted income. We will offset the price of this shot's a little crooked, and so I'm just doing like a little bit of a rotation adjustment manually. There, good as new. But what I'm doing is probably going to. I wonder if I can do it this way. Nope. Why does this thing hate me? It's being so annoying. Okay. Let's look at this group. But if I can get wireless transmitters on all of my team, then I will be able to direct everybody from the crow's nest and just call shots and be like, hey, I need this, or, you know, whatever, yada, yada, yada. And what that'll end up doing is it will give me a much better product in the end for me to cut. Because I'll be able to see things like, hey, I've got 3 people on the same person right now. And I don't need 3 angles of this. Like, I only need like this one. This one looks the best. I need X, Y, you know, whatever. whoever to like give me something else, like, hey, you go here or whatever. And because I'm not able to do that because I'm shooting, usually shooting up until now, um, I can't catch those things, so I can't communicate. And if I would be able to communicate, I can give IBC a better product in the end. And that's what it's really all about. I was talking to somebody. Let me bring Spotify back in here. It's fine. I needed to be quieter though, so I can't think. There we go. I was talking to somebody. I'm doing Ohio Family Camp next week, and I was telling them it was almost like an epiphany happened to me in that moment. But I said, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Like, I think I was talking about how horizontal recaps are kind of dead. Like, nobody wants to watch them like they used to. So I was saying, like, I can do them if you want me to. It's a little more time consuming, and it doesn't seem to be as advantageous from a media standpoint as not doing them and like focusing more on reels and like content that the people who run whatever, the powers that be are pushing on their platforms. So I mean, I could do it. We could do it. I don't know if it's like the thing that we really should do, but my goal is ultimately just to honor God with the skills that He's given me in a way that makes you want me to come back next year so that you can bless me with whatever offering you give me to do this dealio, so I can in turn buy my wife food. She's not my wife yet, but she will be. You get the idea. Because, like, at the end of the day, part of it is business, They want a really good looking live recording, and I'm doing my best to give that to them. I'm trying like to compete with Bethel and Elevation and all that. Like, I'm trying to throw hands. I'm here for it, bro. I'm trying to be the best I can be. So whatever that means for what I got to do on my end, I'm going to try to do it. This shot is definitely different. Let's try. I think we can get away with that. Maybe I don't need as much gain. Maybe I'm overdoing it. Let's look at. Let's bring back my. Where's my thing? Yeah, maybe I am trying a little too hard with the. There's more light in this image though. It just feels a little less crisp. Like I'm not giving it enough detail in the deepest shadows. Maybe we need to bring gamma up. Pull the shadows down. Maybe I've just been going about this all wrong. I don't know. Seems like it. There we go. For the ones not knowledgeable of cameras, me, what do you mean by a vintage lens? So, you know how I got all those film cameras, Dad? Vintage lens. When we say vintage lens, we mean like for film cameras, like a film camera lens, like that kind of vintage. We got Braxton has an adapter that he puts on his camera that allows you to put like. Let's just go into school mode here. Okay, so this is my Sigma 24-70, and it's a Canon mount. It's for Canon cameras. That's the mount. This is the adapter. I know I'm talking to you like a 2-year-old. I'm sorry. This adapter allows me to use it on my Sony over there. And that's basically what we did, except this was like an old film lens. And this adapter made it work on Blackmagic cameras. And that is adapting lenses for dummies. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But the cool thing about that, like I'll show you where the rubber meets the road, because that's really what we all care about here, is this. Like, these shots are why I did that. why we did that. Because they look stinking cool. Like, look at that, dude. It's got this like dreamy, bloomy kind of effect, and it adds like a softness in the highlights, and the glow is just really cool. I think the best way to describe it though is like that dreamy look. That's like the big thing about it that looks so good, is there's just this glow around the skin tones. It's very soft, and you can still get a lot of detail out of it while still somehow being soft. There's like a quality to it that just, that's, people are just like, oh, vintage lenses. Like, that's what we're talking about. Like that kind of dreamy, like still sharp but somehow soft at the same time quality from that glass. Like the way it was set up is just hits different, man. Your generation just did it better, So right now, what I'm doing is I have a library where I have like this shot of Draylen that I really like, and I'm going through all my clips and like the groups and stuff, and I'm looking at them. I did a grade where, well, let me get into the pre-group here. Serial add, nope, wait, cancel, nope, this, yep. So I think that's random. Let's look at random. Yep, that's the random group. So basically what I'm doing is I have this like shot of Draylen. Oh, where is it? Let me bring it back up. And I'm like comparing one. Oh my gosh, I'm back on DaVinci again. So I'm looking at the waveform here, and I'm comparing when I bring this over, like I'm looking at what this shot of Draylen looks like, because this is like my hero shot. This is like the shot. This is what I want everything to look like if possible. And then when I peel that back, I'm looking at the waveform of that shot. And so that shot does not match this shot. You can see like where all of this black would be, there's like a bloominess to it and a haze, and that's kind of lacking here. Part of that is the quality of the lens, which makes it very difficult to just emulate. You can't just like, well, there it is, I did it, we're done. But I can do things like adjusting like the offset, where I'm like pulling it up in general to try to match like the waveform. And like I'm looking back and forth at what this looks like to try to get that look back, but you can't always get what you want. And every angle is going to look a little different, but I'm just trying my darndest to match those two vibes. And so I'll go back and forth, and granted, like that shot has a lot of glowing going on. Like you see these big spikes in the waveform. Like you've got this light, this light, this light. That's those big leaps. So it's not really fair, and that's why I have this one also to kind of look at. Well, that's a more normal one. And these aren't as bad. They're not as far off. They're pretty similar. Like I'm not getting as much of that dreamy, bloomy effect, but I have some secret sauce saved in here for that, to try to add a little bit of that. But I'm going to save that for later. Right now, I'm just trying to match that vintage lens. So I'm going through and I'm looking at all of these, and the waveforms are looking better now. I think by the end of tonight, what I want to accomplish, because it's 11:30 and I'm getting sleepy. I'm trying to keep myself caffeinated, but I also am not trying to destroy my sleep cycle. I've been doing very good with that lately. What I'm going to do is I'm going to delete this again. I'm going to do that. I'm going to add this in again. Bow. And I'm going to look at the waveform. They're very similar, which is a good sign. what I may want to do tomorrow when I look at it with some fresh eyes is I'll go in and I'll add more contrast back in places where it doesn't have it. Because a lot of what I've been doing previously had a little more contrast to it, like more depth to the shadows. And for this look, I'm kind of stepping away from all of that. On this shot in particular, I'm noticing that the highlights in general are not making it quite as high, so I'm going to bring that up. Which I may just give some gamma back to that. I don't know. We're learning. You found what? Would you text me or something? What do we got going on here? We got 5. We still got 5 people big chilling with us. That's cool. Crap, shit. Oh, me. I really wish that YouTube would let me share this with the proper name that I want on it. Still says John Shahar live stream. What a punk. All right, cool. I mean, these are looking really good.
And shout for joy. Victory's in the room and it's waiting just for you. And if you want it, it is yours. Say, I won't let the rocks cry out in my place.
I think what I'm going to end up wanting, though, is I'm going to end up trying to add more shadows back. But I'll do that in like a post group thing. Yeah, because then I go to this and I'm like, but I do kind of like that contrast. I don't know. This group in general, though, what is this? Random? Yep. These still don't look quite as bright as the other groups. It's like it needs less contrast, and then I can push it up a little higher. So let's go back to all clips and watch the previous couple. We can watch the waveforms. See, the way that that waveform shows up, it's more spread out because of the way that the light is diffused. And it's hard to just create that digitally. Like, that's not how that works. But I mean, it's cool because like now that gives you something that's like unique about that one shot. So Keys is definitely not Keys is definitely not set up like that. Let's go in here. Apply grade. Oh, wait, no, double click. I don't know why it's being weird about how everything is working there. So let's get that. There we go.
All my fears start to turn your face. I need you to jump wherever you are. Everybody get up, please. Let's go, come on.
I am going to have to play with some stuff to try to get those glows working the way I want them to. But I have some stuff in place for that. We got some sauce pre-built. And that's the beauty of these groups that I've made is I've already kind of built that into my edit so far. So I'm kind of prepared for this situation. Now let's look at this because this definitely doesn't have that applied either. Bow, bow, bow. Exposure. We're good, man. I feel like I'm I'm ended up like undoing a lot of the stuff that I had done, like just with this stuff. That's obviously doing a ton. I might move my grain. Excuse me. Actually, no, I can't do that because it's after the noise reduction. Boo. Oh well, that'll be fine. There's that group. This group needs it also. Bop. Boop. Boop. Bada boop. Bop. Bow. And I wish we would have used more haze. And I wish we had more lights. I'm a little jealous of Draylen's actual recording, which, funny enough, was at the same place. Because I like the lighting for that a little better, I think. That, hold on. Oh, pre-clip, yeah. We're in the follows group now. Let's clean that up. Exposure needs to come up a little more, I think. Cool. I think the drum group needs to have some of its contrast given back and some of its shadows. There we go. Ooh, hold on. I thought I changed that to something. That's from a different take, and we can't use that. Shooty. I don't know what to do. Nope, can't do that. That could work, but we need to change the group that's in now. So we got to look at this group. What was that, mid right? Assign to group. Boom. Okay, cool. Oh, there's another group that does not have the new sauce applied. There we go. Oh, you know what? Hold on. We're at about 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Let's do our ears a favor. This is all night of. This is not even the mastered audio, so we should probably swap that out. There we go. All right, let's look.
Here we go.
Okay, so all we got is... Okay, here we go. Oh, so I don't even need those first two shots. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to zoom in super hard. Okay, cool. There we go. There's the real audio.
two or three are gathered, he is near. So raise a sound and make it loud, because our God is here. Oh yes he is, yes he is. Clap your hands, all you people, come on, and shout for joy. Victory's in the room and it's waiting just for you. And
Let's try something here. Watch this. I'm gonna do a keyframe video, keyframe the zoom, and I'm gonna go back here to this one. I'm gonna keyframe the zoom, then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna zoom in just a little bit.
victory's in the room and it's waiting just for
Yeah.
you.
It's just a little baby touch. Just a little baby touch. All I did, what I zoom in? 0.14. Right? And we watch this.
Victory's in the room and it's waiting just for you. And if you
It's so little, but like you don't even notice that you're feeling that like. Yeah, we'll do that. And that's the thing about like those static shots. I might even add like a little bit of shake to them at some point. You can add that in post, like just slightly, because it's just I have them on monopods so that they don't have to worry so much about like talking to each other and being like, hey, who's coming up next? What's the next solo? Blah, blah, blah. They are on monopod so that the camera, they can hold it and like hold it steady and like talk to each other about what's next so that they can frame their shots and stuff on time. But I can just add a little bit of like sway to it just so it feels kind of like the rest of the easy rigs. Sometimes the audio doesn't sync up perfectly. Right now, I'm worried about color. I'm not going to fix that because what I'll have to do, and also, yeah, I'm seeing it. Like I'm seeing it on the waveforms. When it gets pocketed and stuff like that, it will get adjusted if they're like dragging or anything. And sometimes I have to make adjustments on the video to like make that work visually. Some of it might just be that the audio that you're getting and the video that you're getting is not synced on my end because I'm using OBS to stream right now. And I think that I did a delay from my mic to the video, but I don't think I did a delay for DaVinci into the stream. And I don't know if I need to necessarily because you should be seeing it and hearing it at the same time, I think, because it's the same source, but I don't know for sure. So I will be looking at that though. Like that'll be like my final once over, you know, a part of that before I move on.
My situation has to change. All my fears has to turn your face. Yes, sir. I need you to jump wherever you are. Everybody in the place. Let's go. Come on. Here we go. So clap your hands. Yes, sir. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, na, na, oh, na, na. It's raining just for you. And if you want it,
Man, that drum shot, like, it's got too much contrast compared to everything else, but I just like how it looks. It makes it look a little like too bland for my taste, but I don't know how else to reconcile that. I'm trying. That shot in particular, I'm going to go into the clip because I still feel like, yeah, her skin tones are like a little too, not blown out, but it's like Something's grabbing them and like boosting them up a little too much. Maybe we'll try that again here. We'll try a little zoomy boy. Let's do that and that. Go back. Ooh, maybe we'll do a zoom in. Just a little bit. 0.06. We'll leave it. All right, Sarah. Oh, okay. Here's another group. Pre-clip. Oh, it's not grouped. How's it not grouped? What in the world? Hold on. Right click. Switch multicam. Corral left. All right. Cool. Yeah, cool. Corral left. Assign to group. Okay, there we go. Never mind. We're good. Okay, this needs a zoom. And we might need to reposition it as well. So first let's just start by zooming it. Might could stand a little more. Let's try it. 0.15. Yeah, I like it. But I figured I might feel this way. I want him to end up looking taller in that. So let's do that. Yeah. I really like how that like pulls you into it, and it sits in it like that's a long shot. I don't usually go with that long of a shot, but it just felt right, you know? You know what I'm saying? Aw, Peyton. It's probably because of Draylon, because he's amazing. He's just goated, man. Pre-clip? Okay, we did do that. Okay, so in that case, I think I don't know if it's the LUT with his skin tone or what, but I do think we need to do a little more desaturation. There we go. Yeah, because his skin was just looking kind of like too pumped with color for whatever reason. There we go. Yeah. Now, do you see the difference there? Like, from that shot? No, the edit? Well, I feel like there's more energy in this, but I don't know. I really like contrast and punchy edits. I always do, and this feels very not me. I feel like I'm not doing enough to it. I'm really holding myself back right now. Anyway, like look at that, okay? Fairly normal. It's flatter. I've taken out an amount of contrast. I've desaturated slightly. But then you move over to this. Look at the haze and like just the diffusion in it. Oh, man. Look at that, man. I kind of would like, I almost want to try this next year where we just use all vintage lenses. Oh, man. I almost want to do it, dude. It looks so cool. But like, look at how much more like flat it looks because of that haze and glow. There's like way less contrast. What I may do to balance that out, I may So I'm doing a dehaze, which I can turn off. Look at how much I'm like dehazing it. That's so funny. What was I at? 11.1. Let's go 10.1 and see if that makes it feel a little more. I don't know if I like that. I don't think I do. I don't think that's better. Oh, shoot. There we go. Okay. I don't know how to. I don't know how to get what I want out of this. Just a little. 1 point. Let's do 1.05. How about that? 0.05. Oh, I'm stupid. 1.05. A little more contrast. Let's see if we get. That's a little better. You still get that glow. It's a little more crisp though. That's another one. All right, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Run it back. Let's do 1.1 and see how that feels. No. .05, but we're gonna add shake to it later. Also, in general, oh shoot, that means I need to hold on, cause let's put him at oh, you know what we could do? We could do this, put him at 0.1, and then move him over because he's not centered, and then we'll go to the next one, and we'll do 0.15. And then I guess we got to keyframe it now. Keyframe. And then we'll move him back over into the center again. Let's try that. Yeah. All right, Marcus. All right, we got to zoom in on Marcus. We can't leave him looking that wide. There we go. There we go. There we go. There's no reason to have that much dead space in that shot. Let's oh, wait. Nope. Yeah. Hold on. There we go. Yep. I missed that before. And that is why I review my edits. Group pre-clip. Nope. Serial node. Add. Delete. Yeah. I am still catching clips that like don't seem to line up just right. That shot, let's go. Nate Rippey was doing so good tracking him there. Hold on. We gotta do another zoomy boy. Another zoom boy. Man, I wish more people were hanging out in here because I just want to shout my friends out for being boss. We're gonna move this over a little bit. This is the beauty of the fact that this was shot in 4K DCI. I actually was able to move this over a little bit without losing like without bringing black space into the frame, because it was technically shot wider than 4K. So I have a little bit of like left-right latitude if I need to reframe slightly. Yeah. I'm gonna zoom in on that one. Let's reframe a little bit. Let's shift that. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. They didn't keep the reprise. Bro, I need the reprise. I need the reprise to happen. Listen, I'm unmuting this. Y'all can watch this. Hold on. You need to see this. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Because you're here. Hold on. Let me do some stuff for you real quick. All right. I'm going to go into, so audio 1 channel. We're going to go into the dynamics. We're going to hit the limiter. There we go. All right. Cool. Bring this down a little bit. Bring this down a little bit. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Dude, no way. No way. I'm mad. No. No, 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 no. No. Hold on. I gotta text somebody. This ain't happening. I can't do this. Bro, that's a mistake. I'm not trying to be negative or like call people out. Like, they made the decisions they did. Like, it's based on the album. I understand that. But like, this, I should have gotten a version for YouTube for this. Like, y'all get to watch this. I'm gonna let y'all listen because you're here and I appreciate you watching my stream. This is like my first time doing this. All right, let's go into, how would you what is it? I don't remember. I never use any of these modes. Where's the immersive audio? I know that there's a way to go into, what is it? It's like what's it called? Not gang viewers. What is it? What's it called? It's some kind of viewing mode and it sounds like funny. Workspace, layout presets, no, Fairlight viewer, viewer mode, cinema viewer, let's go. All right. Okay, hold on. I set the limiter too high. What a fat L. Bro.
Come on, are you ready to worship the Lord? He's in this building right now. And I'm here to tell you that you stepped into a place where anything can happen. Because when God is here, situations have to change. Mountains round here say, mountains. Hey! Hey! Families are restored. Hey! Hope in Jesus. Captives are set free. Spirits open. Come on. Somebody lift your voice. Lift your voice in there. Everything starts to change. Everything starts to change. Miracles, signs, and wonders. Miracles, signs, and wonders. Miracles, signs, and wonders. Somebody worship the Lord in this house. We got.
I can see myself, and I knew that shot was so good.
Something starts to change. If you know that God is here, somebody worship the Lord in this house. Come on and worship the God of your salvation. There is power, wonder-working power in the name of Jesus.
Man, I'm so mad I just played all that. I didn't realize I was on DaVinci still, or I was on the A10. My bad.
Begins to change right here, say. Come on, I wonder if you can lift up your voice. If you know that God Almighty is in this.
There's still so much room in this left. Ah,
When I think of the goodness of Jesus and all He's done for me, my soul cries. Come on, you didn't know why you came here tonight, but I'm here to tell you that the God of your salvation is here. Healing is here. Power is here. Revelation is here. And as we worship and as we pray,
ah.
when God, somebody shout in this place if you believe.
Man. There's so much of that. Yo. Ugh. I'm so sad.
Somebody lift your voice in there. Everything starts to change. Everything starts to
Hey, Landon. So, I'm just sad because there's like 2 minutes of reprise here. There's like 3 minutes of reprise here that we don't have audio for because they did not request that audio for YouTube. And I am very disappointed because this shot is amazing and my subsequent shot is also fire. All of that goodness, all of this, yeah, we got nothing for it. And I don't know what I'm going to do because that's like over half the song I edited, which is also sad because I just wasted all that time cutting that. Like, I could have been done way sooner. So that's also kind of like, man, poo. Does anybody know what crank out means? Apparently I don't know. Maybe somebody said that I don't know what crank out means, and I'm afraid that I may have said some kind of slang that I don't know. No. No, I'm right. Where's Andy, my Mandy? Yeah, I'm going to have to ask for approval to do that with the raw audio. I don't know if they'll let me do that, but I definitely want that, like, on the internet. Like, that needs to be there. Yeah, okay. Just checking the group chats and whatever. Sorry. The dopamine got a hold of me. Yep, cool. I kind of want to check my insights. Let's see. How many clicks did we get? What we got? One account engaged. Wow, that's 15 link clicks. That's nice. Cool. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the look here in general. I might, you know what? Let's play around with some stuff here. I'm going to go into the timeline. I'm so sorry, Sister Jess. Hold on. Let me get rid of that. Man, it's so funny. Like, you don't think about what one still can look like. Let's do a before that node. There. All right, let's try another LUT and just stack one and see what we get. I'm kind of interested to see what I can. That's not it, that's for sure. I am a big earthy monochrome fan. I don't think that's doing me any favors on this look, though. That could be cool. I don't love the highlights. The highlights seem desaturated. Let's try Pacific 2. That just crushed all my highlights. That's a no-go. All right, let's do some toggling. It is kind of pushing the highlights in a way, like this one in particular. Logically, can I upload what they don't myself? That would probably get into some weird territory that I haven't really gotten into with IBC yet, where in my contracts I'm starting to write things instead of saying like, hey, all of my work is your intellectual property because I'm making this video for you. I'm shifting to this is my work. It's my intellectual property. But since you contracted me to do it, you have unlimited license and right to use it for whatever you want. Does that make sense? So it kind of, it makes it seem like I'm holding, like I've looked into this a little bit, and it's hard to say it like without kind of coming across like I'm holding all of this hostage and it's mine, but it's my work. So I should have the right to use it promotionally. Like we could talk about like NDAs where I don't do like what I'm doing right now. If they don't care to have me like putting it out there like before it's done, we can have that discussion and we can take that step. But as of right now, there is no NDA. So I can do this. I've never done it before just because I'm usually just focused on getting it done. But since it's such a low-hanging fruit for me to just like turn these cameras on while I'm doing what I'm already doing in my office, like it's not a big deal. But I think if I were to do that, that would probably, yeah, like it's about it's just about like the licensing and like making sure that I have the right to promote my own work, like with my work, you know, like I'm able to like go in and say like, hey, this is what I did. This is like my work. I did this. And I have the right to use any of the clips that I color graded or shot or edited or whatever, like to show like, hey, this is what I do. This is my thing. Like I blah blah blah. You get it.
So raise a sound and make it loud because our God is here.
Now I want to try. There's one thing that I haven't tried yet, and that is this Blackmagic Design cloud thing. So I'll show you here in a second. Let me get it. Let me see if I can get this working. Because I know I do have an account. Wrong email or password. Weird. Still wrong email or password. Okay, let's type this slower. I don't know what I'm doing, apparently. Still wrong email or password. Okay, I need to double check that I even have this then. I've like made one and signed into it before. Get rid of that. New tab. Black. Magic. Cloud. Okay. DaVinci Resolve Cloud. DaVinci Resolve, blah, blah, blah. Log in. Okay, so johnshellhire@gmail.com. I'm just going to do forgot password. All right. Not sure how I would have drafts. Would it be in my spam? Nope. Maybe I did not make an account. Oops. So basically what you're able to do is something that I've done in the past, because I've noticed that my color grades kind of turn out looking different on my phone. What I do is, my website still live? No, it's not live right now. So at that point, do you have to credit the individual videographer for the shots, or does the work become yours since it was your project? So it's my intellectual property as far as like the work goes, like color grading it and stuff like that. Like I can show my work as far as that goes. But in the same way, like you have to have releases. The UPCI like did like music did a recording recently where we kind of got into that murky territory, and so now everything's like getting super legalistic in that sense, because that is something that's kind of murky water. I'm talking in circles, I'm sorry. Wrong email or password even though I just signed up. That's actually crazy. There we go. Okay. Save. Yeah, whatever. So their shots are their intellectual property, and I think technically upon request, I mean, if I have it backed up, which I usually don't keep it, you would have to like turn those over. But it's also like everybody's intellectual property, or like it's theirs because it would be licensed to them. But the work that I did is my intellectual property because it's like linked directly to me and like who I am because of the work that I did specifically. And so that also applies to the shooters unless you have a release, whatever the release form is, which we have to sign now to like do anything with like UPCI music, blah, 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 blah. I haven't gotten to a place where I've had to do that with anyone. But moving forward, because of recent events, I will probably be doing that from now on, if that answers your question. Session code, join remote monitor session. Okay, so how do I do that? Hold on. Color monitoring. How do I do it? I'm like right there. DaVinci remote monitor session. Remote monitor setup in 5 easy steps, folks. Okay. Start your project. Remote monitor setup. It's in workspace. Remote monitoring. Okay, cool. So we go back over yada, yada, yada. DaVinci Resolve, workspace. Remote rendering? No. No. Oh, wait, hold on. About DaVinci Resolve. I am 18.1.4. This is for, let me guess, 18.5. I have to update. That's my problem. Okay. Codec setup. Join in. Yeah, so what I'll probably do tomorrow is basically I can just sit here on my phone like this, and I'll just have it sitting down here, and I'll use that as my third monitor to look at the BenQ. Yeah, that works. Got a whole little system here. And I will... So, okay, Carlum, I am planning on relaunching my website, not just as johnshelhard.com, but I'm also working on an Instagram I was kind of referring to earlier that has more to do with like not so much my personal life, but a resource like a online identity, whatever, like that I'm trying to create that will help. It'll kind of be like the tutorial thing that you were talking about, but it'll be more than that. It'll be like resources that I'll make available. Like I'm gonna sell some stuff, but I'm not gonna sell it for like super expensive. It's just gonna be like I'm gonna try to create tools for like people who are starting out that want to start making stuff. They want it to look good and they want to do that like kind of quickly. Um, yeah. So I'm working on kind of building that into the website before I move on and like relaunch it, because right now I'm just not going to put the work into it. I kind of have client work coming in, and I've had other stuff like this going on where it just doesn't make sense for me to start paying for hosting a website that I'm not going to use or push people towards anyway. I'm pretty happy with this tonight. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to call it here. I'm going to not render this as Apple ProRes HQ, that's for sure. I'm going to render this in 1920 1080. I'm going to choose we're going to go to the final versions. This is not going to be a final version. When God shows up and save. This is going to be when God shows up rough 1. And then when I get up in the morning, so let's start that render. So do you or anyone else have any questions? Because this is going to take literally 45 seconds right now for it to render out. Thanks for joining. I'm probably not going to do this tomorrow afternoon because people are going to be busy during the day and stuff. It's Saturday. They're not trying to like do that. But let me get over here. Oh, I am doing this already. Okay, cool. So, yeah. I'm probably going to get up in the morning and do my whole spiel where I come in and I make all of my last minute adjustments, just kind of dialing everything, and I'll add a little grain. I'll go through and like add my other sauces that I use to kind of make the lights pop and try to get that hazy effect to look really cool. Yada, yada, yada. Night, Dad. And we are rendered. That took 48 seconds to render in 1080. Dude, Mac Studios are where it's at. I'm telling you, bro. But if nobody has any questions or anything, I'm probably just going to pop off here and go to bed. I'll wait for a minute. Still got 5 people in here. Hello to the 5 of you. Is it like reopening? What? Finder. Let's do. Where is it? My voice is starting to get all cracky and stuff. Gross. Share, airdrop. My phone. Wow. Hope that doesn't interrupt the stream. How long have I been a videographer? How long? I have not been to California in forever. We went on tour with Praise my second year, and it was so sick because me and the drummer got to rent a van for Brother Anderson, and we drove all of the music equipment from Indianapolis all the way to California. And we like hiked up mountains and stuff, and like we made stops along the way because we left in enough time to like get all that done. We like swam in whatever they're called, like the in between the big mountains. Not a canyon. What is it? Whatever. We hiked up Cathedral Rock. We saw the Grand Canyon. We camped one night outside Yosemite. Like, it was the coolest thing. It's the best trip I've ever been on. And anytime that I see the drummer, we always talk about that trip and how dope it was. And I want to do it again. But I probably won't be making any trips out to Indy anytime soon, just because I have a lot going on in my life coming up this year. How long have you been a videographer? I have been playing around with video for like 6 years, I want to say. I kind of started messing around with it like junior year of IBC because of Braxton. And Yeah, dude, it was a long trip. We made it. I think we made it 3 days total. Um, we were able to kind of spread it out and not do too much and like get adequate rest and stuff leading up to meeting the group at the airport. Um, but I've been playing around with video for like 6 years. I started with the Canon T3i, and then kind of worked my way up the T whatever I series. I think I ended up with like a T7i, and then I sold that and got an R. That was kind of when I started doing weddings and stuff. Um, it was either that or I got a Blackmagic camera at some point. I can't remember how I got my Blackmagic camera. Any quick tips for? I want to give you something good, like valuable to walk away from this with. Um, as far as cameras go, the lens is more important than the body starting out. So if you skimp on the body, at least make sure you get a lens with a lot of light. So like a low f-stop number, like a 2 something or a 1 point something. That's always really good. Pick a system that you really like. Talk to people. Like, the way that I got good, if I can say that, the way that I got good was by not necessarily like, we've kind of had this conversation going on between me and a couple of my friends of how to handle when people are constantly like asking you to be a part of big events and stuff like that. And they always say like the same thing, like, oh, it would just be such an honor if I could work on your team, you know? And it's like, when it comes to really big events, like the people that are doing those work closely with other people that are working those events, and like they've put the time in to like learn how to work as a team together already. And it's people, is there like a gnat in here? I would say the best way for you, if you want to get involved in like that realm of what's going on in the church, or like if you're just a hobbyist, the best way to gain experience is to find people that are doing stuff like that and just ask them how you can serve them. Like, that's like in the kingdom of God, that's like one of the quickest ways to be elevated, is to like seek out ways to serve, because you're gonna end up learning instead of asking people like above you, whatever, you know, like however you want to phrase that. Instead of like asking people above you to like basically do something for you, ask them how you can serve them, because they've all, if they're like doing stuff, like they've already got enough on their plate, and it's like, it's kind of presumptuous to just like walk up or like to kind of slide in their DMs and just be like, hey, what can you do for me? Like, that's not really the best way for you to, like, if you want to get in and like in a way that makes people like happy to have you around, serve them first, and you'll end up learning from watching them and being close to them. That's more of the trick, I think, than just saying like, I would love to serve on your team, you know, like, yeah, so would everybody else. Like, anybody who's interested in this, like, anybody who's interested would like to do that. You know, it's cool, you know, especially, and if you're interested in it, you want to do it. Like, we get that. But like with this, I have people who have an expectation of me to provide a product, and I have to spend my time giving due diligence to that. This is a like kind of a low hanging fruit for me to be able to like have these conversations. I do I'm seeing your question now. I do plan on making my LLC official next year, and starting to operate under that. I have the account on my story, Another Film Co. That's kind of a joke. It's a little bit of a poke at how like a lot of people started a film company recently, and I couldn't think of a name, so I was like, just Another Film Company, whatever. But I really do want to like take that a little more seriously next year, as far as like finding the name and the brand and whatever, blah blah blah. But I would say try to serve people around you is like the best way to get good at that as a hobbyist. Like, find people in the area and try to serve them in whatever capacity that you can. Um, Also, I would say that like just doing it. I have this phrase like that I tell people, and it's overproduce your life. If you want to get good with your camera, like if you already have one, I don't know, just try to overproduce your life. Like every little thing, like find something that you like about your day, and then find a way to capture that, like in the most thorough sense, and try to tell the story in a way that like someone like me who doesn't know you, or someone else like in this chat that doesn't know you, um would be able to like almost feel the feelings that you feel about that part of your day. Because that's what video is it's just like storytelling. And so if you are constantly practicing capturing things in a way where you're paying attention to nuance, that's going to make you a very good videographer. And that translates across the entire spectrum of making video, is like the attention to detail and the nuance of how you tell your story. Because like every little bit of it kind of does matter. It may not seem like it in the moment, but like all of the little things add up to a shift in direction. Like, I don't know if you know about like, let's just say like trajectories. Like when they're like lining up rockets to shoot them to the moon, like 1 degree doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're talking about like light years into the distance, 1 degree is unbelievable. Like the amount off you'll be if you miss it. So like that's kind of the sense that I'm trying to get, or trying to like communicate. Like I'm really picky about like, yeah, but it's just a little bit off, like with these shots. Like it's just not quite what I'm trying to say. And that pickiness I think has served me very well when it comes to like video editing and yada yada yada. I already do take advantage of tax write-offs. I just because I'm not an LLC doesn't mean I can't do that. I'm a sole proprietor. So I don't have a business name. I operate under my own name. Like I am the business. So that's how that works for me. I'm already doing all of that. Like that's not really the thing. For me, shifting to an LLC, one, is kind of a necessity for keeping track of finances in terms of my business versus my like at home relationships. At home relationship. You know what I'm saying? And keeping like, because I'm a sole proprietor, I've been able to use the tax write-offs and stuff to my advantage by basically leveraging debt. Not like overwhelming. I'm not like putting $30,000 on a credit card, but what I am doing is I know that I'm profiting a certain amount from these projects. And so what I'll do is I'll go and like open an account with B&H and I'll buy my Sony A7 IV, and I'll make like small payments on it over time, like whatever, 18 months or something like that. But because I'm spending that money, that's what I'm writing off. So on paper, it looks like I'm only making like $1,000 a year, but I'm making a significant amount more than that. I'm just pouring all of that back into myself and buying gear and education and all that good stuff. So yeah, you don't have to be an LLC to take advantage of like tax write-offs and stuff like that, but you do have to keep track of your finances and all of that, yada yada yada. QuickBooks is the way that I do that, and using QuickBooks is also a tax write-off. So $16 a month, I keep track of my mileage and all of my accounts and stuff in there, and then that leaks straight into TurboTax, and TurboTax is another software that you can write off. So I write that off every year too when I do my taxes. Okay, cool. Yeah. I don't lean into the web design as much. I would like to. Like, I'm our creative director, and so I need to revamp our website. I'm kind of waiting on a rebrand. I'm hoping that we're going to be changing the name and the logo and all of that of the church really soon. So I've been holding off on that in the hopes that that will come around the corner here pretty soon. But I can't really guarantee that at the moment. Point being, video on your website always like can bring a really cool element if it's done well. Static websites are kind of boring at this point. Like people kind of expect video. It's like things need to move, stuff like that. Like it's kind of expected at this point. So that'll definitely serve you very well when it comes to designing websites and stuff for your church or whatever it is you want to do. Sorry, I feel like I went off on a tangent there for a minute about the whole like serving and whatever. I just now started doing like education like for myself on it outside of like YouTube University. And I would say rather than giving you like direct tips on how to use your equipment or whatever, I think that the best thing, bring in drones. We are not flying drones in Calvary Tabernacle for IBC. Absolutely not. I have a drone. We will not do that. I've done that at a camp before, and I almost crashed it and landed it in some lady's big hairdo. I will never do that. But what was I saying? In regard to tips for an up and coming or like an interested videographer, don't ever tell yourself you can't do something. That is like the thing that bugs me the most about people, and it makes me not want to work with them, is when they just sit back. Like if something isn't working right and they just like throw their hands up and they're like, oh, well, I can't. Like, dude, shut up. We have the entire internet in our pockets, and you're going to tell me that you can't figure out how to do something? Dude, get out of my face. I don't want to work with you. Like, no, absolutely not. It's out there, and like this is the attitude I respect most in people when I find it, is like, I know the answer's out there, I just haven't found it yet. If I have to keep changing how I phrase the question or whatever, and like how I keep manipulating the search engine, yada yada yada, if I have to keep looking through website after website, I know I can find the information that I need to do the thing that I want to do. I know I can. It's got to be out there somewhere. I'm going to find it. And when I do find it, then I'll know how to do the thing. That's my rant. Like, that's we'll end it on that. You can do anything that you want to. We have the internet. That's my that's my ultimate point. Man, I'm really sad that this neutral 512 thing did not work. That was such a trash LUT. Maybe I didn't do it right. Maybe I need to export a different level of LUT. Maybe I need to, save it as a PNG. Maybe that's what I did wrong. I don't know. Got any goals? Yeah, I would like to profit a lot of money in the next few years. I would like to build up my creative church account. I would like to establish myself as a leading voice in the creative community as far as like educating creatives and like helping them, providing them tools that can help them with their creating and help them like focus more on making good videos rather than all of like the tweaking and the stuff. Like I want to come out with LUTs and presets that'll help the average person like get through a church service really quickly. It'll look really good. And that can help fight against what is usually very bad lighting in most churches. That's like one of the biggest things that I want to do. And that's kind of the base that I'm going to start from. Like that's going to be my pitch, and I'll sell them for like $5-10, you know, whatever. But my goal would be to establish myself in that sense and then monetize that. Not in the sense where like I'm trying to charge out the butt for like all these young kids that are trying to like just make it by and like they're just trying to like make cool stuff. It's like I would like to make a little bit off of the value that I bring, and that's I think fair. But I also want it to be like immensely valuable, and I want that to kind of lead into just establishing an account where I could post stuff and it's meaningful enough to people that they'll watch it, and then I can profit off that. Rather than take your money, I want to take Instagram's money by helping you. That's the goal. So, yeah. I've been on 3 this whole time. I've been looking at the camera, and I've been on the wrong camera. I've got to restructure this or something, man. I'm not seeing the things I need to see directly in front of me because I'm just focused on talking and looking at you, and I'm not even looking at you. What a goob. All right, y'all. I appreciate you. I'm going to cut this stream off and go to bed. Thanks for hanging out.